Broadcasting since 1865. You've been listening to Pirates Baseball on the Pirates Radio Network.
The ball game is over, and this game is over.
And the ball game is over.
Now, it's time for your reaction on the Pirates Fan Reaction Show. The Og Murphy and Prikoski Fan Reaction Show is presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration and is brought to you by Bellman Electric, Sir Grout's, Hampton Beer Outlet, Guardian Protection, NJM Insurance, Keystone Custom Apparel, Veteran Basement Waterproofing, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, and Og Murphy and Prikoski Law Firm. We're all in.
And this will do it, and the ball game is over.
The Fan Reaction Show is on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Swing, fly ball center. Mangum back. He's there. He's got it. Braxton Ashcraft. A complete game victory. His 12th win of the season. He throws a 3-hitter here in Miami. And the Pirates wallop the Marlins 13-1. What a game for Braxton Ashcraft.
What a game indeed, and welcome into the Og Murphy and Prikoski Reaction Show presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. Og Murphy and Prikoski, we're all in. Man, was Braxton Ashcraft all in today. He got that done in 85 pitches, and every base runner that he allowed was erased, either by a caught stealing, a double play. Let's go back to the scene of the crime. I mean, there should be a police tape all around that stadium, Neil, because Brandon Ashcraft, he owned those guys. Braxton just owned the Marlins today, and Joe Block and yourself did a great job documenting just how good he was today.
Yeah, certainly a crime. There's no doubt about that. Braxton Ashcraft had a little bit different bit of an edge to him today from the very first inning on. Just chomping at the bit, as we've seen him do in between innings, to get back on that mound. The Pirates had a couple long offensive innings, especially that 5th and 6th, and then later in the game when the position player came in to close it out. But my goodness, if you watch the arsenal for him today, everything was working, and the command was in total control between the fastball, slider, break, curveball, and even a few changeup arsenal. So really, really good bounce back. Obviously, the boys had a team meeting after the game last night, and Don Kelly really sent the message of we can't feel bad for ourselves with not playing well or having guys injured. And the Pirates answered today. Certainly, they got a lot of work to do to get back on track, but there's still some baseball to play. So maybe this is a little jumping off point. Hopefully, they can go home and have a real nice series with those 6 games at home.
Well, having played for Jim Leland, he did not suffer fools. He did not allow anyone to feel sorry for themselves. And Don Kelly played for him as well, and you know Don better than any of us. And I'm wondering right now if he's wondering, man, I should have shown a little tough love a little sooner. And again, I'm not a hindsight guy, but, man, it seems like there was a direct response to his, the closed-door meeting and him actually publicly finally saying, these guys are acting like they feel sorry for themselves. And I just wonder if maybe they needed a little sooner.
Yeah. I mean, there's obviously no way to tell if this will carry over to the homestand or for the rest of this month and into September. But certainly a little shot in the arm. And I think as a manager and as coaching staff, and especially as players, you kind of look for moments to kick each other in the butt a little bit. To give some tough love at times and to also give a little bit of grace during a long season. So could this have happened, a week and a half ago? Maybe, but that wasn't the case. And I think everybody's going to kind of learn from going through these ups and downs, especially a team in a group like this that's pretty young with some veteran pieces that are fairly good voices. I definitely thought that Ryan O'Hearn, that injury has been the one on top of the Griffin one, and obviously Cruz and Horowitz, because it was the one that has hurt the most, just because he really was the guy that had a little bit more of a vocal leadership personality to him, and that's kind of hard to do from the sideline. So we'll see. Guys stepped up today. You hope guys continue to step up and hold guys accountable and really keep guys focused and locked in, because we could still have some fun baseball and we can still find ways to win a lot of games, but obviously going to need some help from other teams climbing the standings and getting back on track. But make no mistake, this is a good group here. So you hope that they have learned from this tough stretch and continue to move forward from it.
And, Neil, you were moved around more than most people that have ever made it to the big leagues. You came out of high school as a catcher, and then you were at second, then you were at third, then you were back at second. I mean, I was getting pretty angry with what they were doing with you because I thought it was a disservice to your abilities. However, I mentioned today in the pregame that I expected Triolo and Nicky G to have better days because Nicky G never seems comfortable to me at third, and the worst position, Triolo is a great defensive player, but he's not a great shortstop. So I said, just with those two being in positions where I think they're more comfortable, I think they're going to have big days. And you could probably answer that better than anybody. Does what you do defensively sometimes get into the batter's box as well?
You know, typically it's the other way around. Typically, if you're not swinging the bat well, you can get a little spacey at times if you're not careful going out to the plate or going out from the plate to the field. You know, I think with Nick, especially at third base, you got to go through it. Like if you haven't played a ton of innings at third base and you're trying to learn it somewhat on the fly, and even though he's gathered a ton of innings this year at third, there's so many different balls that can just eat you up, and that's certainly not making any excuses for him. He's a good ball player. But third base is such an intricate position because not only do the balls typically get to you pretty quick, especially from the right-handers, but they have cut spin on them, they have bat spin on them, they have you have to go through so many different balls to really, really feel comfortable. And a lot of times you'll go through a season and when you're learning the position, and I was fortunate enough to learn third base in the minor leagues at a very much more calm environment. There's times you go through a season and you may get a ball in the last game of the season that you didn't have the entire year. So it really is a position you don't have as much time in the middle infield for your body and your first step quickness stuff. But I think he's going to improve. It's been let's not sugarcoat it. It's been a tough year defensively for him at the third base position. But there's definite room for improvement, and we see him working. We see the work pregame. And it certainly has not carried over into his at-bats. So he's still creeping and climbing and hanging around the top of the leaderboard for batting average for the batting title in the National League. So he's certainly doing his part, but definitely room for improvement on the defensive side.
Well, Neil, I know it's getaway day. This is exactly what the doctor ordered. They needed this win in a huge way. And let's just hope it carries into the 6 games at home here.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, I'm going to get you on a plane, so get out of here, Neil. Thanks so much for your time.
All right, sounds good. Have a great rest of the day.
All right. Neil Walker, who certainly knows all too well what it's like to be moved around and not really given a home immediately when he was drafted in the first round by the Pirates back in 2004. He was a catcher in high school, a left-handed hitting catcher, and then he was at third, then he was at second, and never seemed to bother him too much, and he was also just an exceptional athlete. But I thought, and I mentioned it during pregame, that both Nick Gonzalez, who now, with a multiple-hit game again, leads the major leagues with 48 multiple-hit games. And we'll get to Jared Triolo in just a little bit, but you know what? Shortstop is a lot. And I really believe, yes, the O'Hearn, as Neil pointed out, the O'Hearn injury, that hurt. That hurt a lot. But they got Horwitz back to handle the first base, and he's hitting the ball pretty well. I think it was the Connor Griffin injury that really hurt because he was just such a solid presence defensively and obviously a pretty big presence offensively. The bat and the glove missed desperately when Connor Griffin went out with the finger injury. Okay, the broadcaster segment there with Neil brought to you by Veteran Basement Waterproofing. And I'll tell you what. It was what the doctor ordered for the Pirates today. Closed-door meeting last night. Don Kelly publicly saying these guys are acting like they feel sorry for themselves, and they have not been called out by Don. And, you know, one thing Neil talked about, it's a young team. This is Don Kelly's first full year as a major league manager. Can we allow the guy to learn a little bit? I really think the fans have been a little brutal. When you have a bullpen that is really struggling, no matter what move you make and what inning you make it and when you take your starter out, when the bullpen can't get people out, it's not on the manager. It's really not. But we'll allow that for another opportunity. But we're going to state our case right now. Hampton Beer Outlet, Oktoberfest beers, pumpkin beers already in stock at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. Well, why don't we get to our electric play of the game? And that's brought to you by Pellman Electric, cutting-edge electrical contractors covering the tri-state. It was really a ho-hum start to the game until all of a sudden our man Magnum, well, he did something that kind of put a little charge into the Pirate offense.
Yeah, he's going to score the runner from third. That's a balk. You're right, Neil.
So Magnum had tripled, and then they balked him home, but then the very next batter was one Jared Triolo.
Swing, fly ball, deep center field. Marcy back to the wall, leaps, and he hit it over the wall. Home run for Triolo. Marcy had it in and out of his glove, and then he pushed it over the wall. It's a homer for Jared Triolo, and the Pirates lead it 2-0.
And that was actually the play of the game, and I don't really want to go too hard on Marcy. He made a great effort to make the catch. It just maybe off the heel of his glove. At least it wasn't like a Jose Canseco where it bounced off his head into over the wall for a home run. But our play of the game right there by Jared Triolo is brought to you by Sir Grout, your local tile, grout, and stone restoration specialist. As the Pirates win it by the score of 13-1, the Bucs are now 59-64. They started the day 6 games out of the wild card. This was a damaging game for the Marlins. They are now 62-60. And depending on what the teams ahead of them do in the wild card race, they started the day a game and a half out of the wild card. So the Marlins had a good deal of life, and that was a big game for them. But the Pirates head home tomorrow, and they will take on the Red Sox for 3 and then the Tigers for 3. And their future schedule brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors, PellaPittsburgh.com. So the Pirates win it by the score of 13-1. And I had a little fun for a moment. I didn't really have much time, and I really didn't catch. I know that Flores, with the 2-3 run homers, did something, and I didn't catch it. And I feel guilty that I didn't catch it. But I just heard them say that hadn't been done since Don Slott had done it. And Don Slott, Sluggo, as he was known as, he was part of one of the Pirates' best tandems as far as a platoon at catcher. Mike LaValliere, Spanky, and Sluggo, Don Slott, shared the catching position during their run in the early 90s when they were 3 straight National League champions. And someone had sent me in the mail many years ago a Don Slott baseball card. And I looked at the thing forever, just looked at it. Why would someone send me a Don Slott baseball card? Well, then I flipped it around and looked at the back of it, and there I was, just the back of my head, basically. And back in the day, my old Channel 10 mic flag, when I worked in Altoona, interviewing Don Slott, and they put that on the back of his baseball card, that picture. So just brought back a really fun memory, and I was able to find that. You can find anything now. I mean, it's ridiculous what you can find. I found the back of that baseball card online, which was a lot of fun for me, and doesn't probably mean that much to you. But it meant a lot to the Pirates today to finally get a big offensive performance. And I'll tell you what, if the starting pitchers for the Pirates, if every pitcher in that organization, I mean top to bottom, minor leagues everywhere, if you're not observing what Braxton Ashcraft does, what he does with his craft as a pitcher, well, you need to pay attention. That efficiency, that bulldog mentality. He comes after hitters. He's so efficient. He gets it up to 99 when he needs to. He has great command. He should be the pitching coach. He should actually be the, part of the rotation and the pitching coach, because everybody in this organization has to try and emulate what Braxton Ashcraft did today. A complete game with 10 strikeouts. Hasn't been done since 2005 by the Kipper. Kip Wells pulled that one off in 2005. Okay, the Og Murphy and Perkowski reaction show will continue on right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Buy one window, get a free unicorn. Just kidding. Are you tired of dishonest offers? I'm Brian Murphy, owner of Easy Home Exteriors, and we take your home seriously. If you need windows, roofing, siding, or doors, we'll give you fair, honest pricing the first time, every time. No pressure, no gimmicks. We'll give you a free estimate. You don't even need to be home. Call 412-678-7008. That's 412-678-7008. If you're lucky, we'll throw in a unicorn.
For a lot of workplaces, the work week doesn't end on Friday. That's why there's EasyCater, the best way to order food from favorite restaurants for your hardworking team, even on weekends. With EasyCater, you'll find great options for any group size and any shift, with tools to help meet dietary needs, stay on budget, and simplify expenses, all backed by our award-winning 24/7 support. EasyCater, your Monday through Sunday workplace food platform. Start an order for your weekend crew at easycater.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Jen Hatmaker. Here's what I've learned in midlife. Joy isn't the reward you earn after all the work is done. Joy is the work. That's what this new series on For the Love is all about. The sacred yes. It's choosing delight, rest, and pleasure on purpose. Because saying yes to yourself, that's the thing that finally lets you fill your table with everybody else. Come find your sacred yes with me. Follow and listen to For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone else can. Friends?
I can tell you drove high.
Parents?
I can tell when you drive high.
Relatives?
I can tell. You drove here high, didn't you?
So what makes you think law enforcement can't?
I can tell.
If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
There's electricity in the crowd, but when you have electrical problems, you need a family-owned business you can trust. Call Pellman Electric. Pellman Electric has been in business for over 25 years, and their qualified electricians can handle any project. Residential or commercial, outlet repairs in your house, to completing a high-rise office building, Pellman Electric will tackle any job. And if the power goes out, Pellman offers generator installation services. Visit them at PellmanElectric.com. You depend on electricity, depend on Pellman.
Now back to the Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski Fan Reaction Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And welcome back. Paul Alexander with you on the Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski Reaction Show presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. The easy stat of the game brought to you by Easy Home Exteriors. This is so easy. First of all, to utter these two words, complete game. Do you realize how foreign a concept that is in Major League Baseball now? Complete game. Braxton Ashcraft threw a complete game. It included 10 strikeouts. His line, by the way, this is the cool stat of the game, 9 innings, allowing 3 hits, 1 run, it was earned, 10 strikeouts, 1 base on balls. 85 pitches, 64 for strikes. My goodness. That also takes us down to our next important element. Who's hot and who's cold? Yeah, it's Braxton Ashcraft. And that's brought to you by D'Amelio's HVAC. HVAC in Greensburg, your comfort is their business. I mean, who's hotter than this guy? The Pirates have been struggling mightily. He has now won 12 games. He's won 7 of his last 10 starts. That's hot. I'm going to give a part B to who's hot in Nikki G. Another multi-hit game. That's a total of 48 for the season. 48 multi-hit games for Nick Gonzalez. And oh, by the way, that leads Major League Baseball. So the D'Amelio's HVAC in Greensburg, your comfort is their business, and who's hot and who's cold? That one was very easy today. We had a lot of hotness in that. Now, the insurance run of the game, I got to give it to our man Flores. Flores was unbelievable. He had a pair of 3-run homers, drove in 6 runs. And he gunned down, not that it has anything to do with the insurance run of the game, but how about him gunning down one of the best base stealers in the majors? He had a heck of a day on a day that Endy Rodriguez is, put on the DL, or the IL. It's no longer the DL. It's the IL. But the insurance run of the game, and I'll tell you what, our man Flores, he provided 6 of them. And that's brought to you by NGM Insurance. NGM, no jingles or mascots, just great insurance. What an enjoyable game. And, I mean, I kind of pressed Neil a little bit about, did Donnie Kelly need to get a little more fed up with the lack of performance from his team sooner? I don't know. I personally believe so. But let's keep in mind, first full season as a big league manager. Now, he had some great mentorship in what I think is, and again, it's very biased because there's not a bigger Jim Leyland fan in the world than myself. But I also know for a fact, he won a World Series with the Marlins, for heaven's sakes. Did a great job in Detroit, won 3 straight National League East titles when he was here in Pittsburgh in the early 90s, 90, 91, and 92. So I would imagine Jim Leyland was proud that his former player that he was very fond of finally said, guys, enough's enough. Closed-door meetings, all that kind of stuff. I don't get too carried away in it, but I think that Donnie, who has not said a bad word about a single one of his players, no matter how bad they've been on occasion, he finally came out and said, listen, these guys got to quit feeling sorry for themselves or quit appearing as if they feel sorry for themselves. So that's about as harsh as Don has gotten so far in his major league managing career. But maybe tough love. And as a parent and as a friend, I believe tough love is always the best love. All right, we'll give you guys some more tough love when we come back on the Og, Murphy, and Perkowski Reaction Show, presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hey, I'm Sam.
And I'm Calvin, with Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks.
Calvin, you know what I love most about this job? That moment when the job's done. Maybe it's a new roof, upgraded siding, or a deck that makes you want to be outside, and you see that look on the customer's face.
Yeah, man, that never gets old. The care, the clean work, no shortcuts. And that's just how these Cousins have been doing it ever since Grandma's garage.
And that's not changing.
Call the Cousins.
Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Call the Cousins.
This is Greg Trzynski from the Original Mattress Factory. Parents, before you buy your student's mattress online, consider this. At OMF, we offer the same convenience, but with major advantages. You can actually try our mattresses before buying, crucial for your student's comfort. You'll know exactly where your mattress comes from, right here in our local factory. By supporting the Original Mattress Factory, you're investing in our community. And here's the kicker. You'll pay less than you would online. Quality sleep, local support, and better prices. OriginalMattress.com.
Parents, do you want to set your student up for success this school year? Start with a good night's sleep on a mattress from the Original Mattress Factory. We've made back-to-school shopping a breeze. Order online and we'll deliver directly to campus. Or swing by our factory and drive away with a mattress today. Either way, you'll get top quality at a factory direct price. Our locally made mattresses are designed to fit dorm rooms and apartment bedrooms alike. A great mattress and quality rest are key to academic success. Visit OMF today and cross quality sleep off your back-to-school list.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Sir Grout Pittsburgh specializes in hard surface restoration. Whether it's tile or grout cleaning and sealing or natural stone restoration, Sir Grout will transform and renew floors, kitchens, foyers, mudrooms, bathroom showers, and countertops. They can restore the beauty and luster of natural stone with polishing and preventative stain sealant processes. Sir Grout trained technicians can even change the grout color to update the area's look and style. Call 412-960-6310 now to book your appointment. Family-owned D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling in Greensburg is now offering an incredible 0% financing for 72 months on any Carrier furnace, air conditioning, or both. Yes, that's right. 0 interest on any AC unit or furnace. D'Amelio's is also offering rebates on qualified equipment. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling Greensburg, a Carrier factory authorized dealer. Call now 724-838-9360.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for: their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
Now more of the Og Murphy and Perkowski Fan Reaction Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome back. Paul Alexander with you just for a couple more minutes. We're going to get out of here. Colin Dunlap standing by. He'll have the remainder of his show until 6. David Bolorado set to give you the news at 4 o'clock. So anything you may have missed or wondering what happened today, David Bolorado will get you caught up as quickly as possible as we get out the way. All right, one more thing that we got to acknowledge, and that's protecting the lead, brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown security company. As far as getting into this homestand of 6 games starting tomorrow with the Red Sox, that bullpen had a day off, thanks to Braxton Ashcraft, who absolutely protected the lead. I mean, Guardian could not be prouder of what he did today, going the entire distance. Coming into the 9th inning, he had faced the minimum. The base runners that he allowed were erased, either by double play or caught stealing. And he did this with 85 pitches. Bubba Chandler, Paul Skeens, observe, watch, learn. And maybe it's not as replicable as I would like to think it could be. But, man, efficiency, you know, if you want to get deep into a ball game, if you want to figure into your own game's decision, which now Ashcraft, by the way, has just showed you how. He has won 7 of his last 10 starts. The guy is just absolutely just basically doing a symposium on efficient pitching. He's doing a high-level demonstration of how you get it done. And today was as good. And again, the Pella Windows and Doors, PellaPittsburgh.com, tease for tomorrow's game. It will be a 6:40 start over at PNC Park when the Pirates host the visiting Boston Red Sox, who up until, they kind of did the opposite of what the Pirates have done. The Pirates were contending, buyers at the deadline contending, and then maybe not so much as we stand right now at 59-64 and probably, 5 or 6 games out of the wild card. The Red Sox, before the deadline, were going to be sellers because they were so out of it, and then they went crazy. They went absolutely bonkers with wins, and they just started putting themselves right back into the contending role in the American League East. So that's been interesting to follow. But Bucks win today by the final of 13-1. A great day for Jared Triolo. Mangum, I think, he is just such a perfect example of just being a baseball player. He's solid defensively. He's so aggressive on the bases. He really ignited this offense today with that triple. Now, he got balked home, which balks are kind of weird. You want to talk about a rule that is hard to interpret, hard to see, hard to notice. And I'm sure pitchers, they've been pitching forever. Sometimes they're unaware of what they have done wrong. But that's how that first run came in. And then Triolo followed that up with a solo home run and then Well, how about Flores with 2 3-run homers today? A lot of stars today. You hope that some of this momentum will carry into the homestand, 6 games starting tomorrow with the Red Sox. It has been kind of fun. Our partner in crime today, thank you so much. Doing a great job as always. We appreciate that. We appreciate you listening. We appreciate the Pirates when we have the day games over here, and we enjoy doing it for you. So, for everyone here at KDKA, David Ballarado will have the news coming up at 4:30. Take care, everybody.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone else can. Friends?
I can tell you drove high.
Parents?
I can tell when you drive high.
Relatives?
I can tell. You drove here high, didn't you?
So what makes you think law enforcement can't?
I can tell.
If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone else can. Friends?
I can tell you drove high.
Parents?
I can tell when you drive high.
Relatives?
I can tell. You drove here high, didn't you?
So what makes you think law enforcement can't?
I can tell.
If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
This
This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 82 degrees at 4:30. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. Trust PJ.com. As we first reported during last night's rush hour, an historic Pittsburgh bridge is ready to reopen after nearly 2 years of construction. The Panther Hollow Bridge Restoration Project is now complete. Deputy Director of Mobility and Infrastructure, Zachary Workman, says the project was needed to keep this important Shenley Park connection safe.
I just wanted to say that I'm really proud of the entirety of DOMI, and especially the Bridges and Structures Engineering Group. They've worked tirelessly over the last few years with bridge inspectors and PennDOT to ensure any issues on the city's bridges are identified proactively, to find creative solutions for minimizing disruptions to the community.
The Panther Hollow Bridge will reopen to traffic tomorrow morning at 7. Things are getting back to normal, but some tense moments earlier this afternoon in West Mifflin. Crews were working on a gas line near the Holiday Inn when they hit a line. That prompted a shutdown of several roads for a while today. Separately, the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission is dealing with mudslides in West Mifflin. A portion of New England Road is closed between Camp Hollow Road and Coal Valley Road, putting drivers through a detour using Camp Hollow Road for close to 8.5 miles. The wait is getting shorter for Wegmans fans. The company officially breaking ground on its new store in Cranberry. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has more.
For Wegmans, this is about more than adding another grocery store. Store manager Tom Jeppy says the company is bringing its unique shopping experience to Cranberry Township.
We offer an exceptional level of incredible customer service. It's really second to none. We have industry-leading products that were sourced globally. We have there's a lot that goes into the Wegmans experience. And again, I'd have to invite you in the doors to experience that for yourself. And then once you're in it and you experience it, you're not going anywhere else. I can guarantee you that.
The 115,000 square foot store is being built next to the UPMC Lemieux Sports Complex, with plans to open in fall 2027. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street today, the Dow closed up 70 points, the Nasdaq gained 215, and the S&P 500 higher by 50. KDKA Sports, Braxton Ashcraft gave up just one run as the Bucks beat the Marlins 13-1 on KDKA Radio.
Swing, fly ball center. Mangum back, he's there, he's got it. Braxton Ashcraft, a complete game victory, his 12th win of the season. He throws a three-hitter here in Miami, and the Pirates wallop the Marlins 13-1. What a game for Braxton Ashcraft.
They return home to start a weekend set against the Red Sox tomorrow night. KDKA Radio News time 4:32. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman with One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for health insurance that can save you thousands. Our next update at 5. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. When you call yourself the Voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times, but when you need us, we are here for you, and we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This is Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates.
Well, hello to you on this Thursday. Traffic. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Watch out for Steeler traffic.
All right, thanks, Colin. Taking a look at an accident being reported right now at the intersection of Library Road and Sarah Street in Bethel Park, as well as an accident at the intersection of Logan Road and Greenwall Road in Bethel Park as well. Now taking a look at the major roadways here at 435, Pittsburgh traffic is beginning to build for the evening rush, especially on the Parkway East, which is already slow through Greenfield and South Oakland towards downtown. And be careful as there's heavier pockets approaching Acrisure Stadium and the city. Also on the Parkway West, it's backing up through Green Tree and towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel with some significant congestion there. And downtown and the Fort Pitt Bridge are busy but moving, while I-279 and Route 28 remain mostly clear. And with AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, short show. Sleep fast. Somebody said that once. You really can't do that. You know what I mean? It's like whenever you have to have a quick turnaround time, sleep fast. Anyway, NASCO Roofing, instant access to all our shows. Just click away. Email us, instant access, KDKARadio.com. Colin Dunlap with you till 6, my requisite time. David Ballarado said something in his news report. This isn't what we're going to talk about, but he said something in his news report that for people of a certain age or older, I think some of us still go, huh? And then for people of a certain age or younger, they don't even bat an eye. And it's this. And you can text about it at 866-391-1020 if you like. You can ignore it if you like. You could shake your head in affirmation as you're in traffic if you like. And this is what he said. The Pirates start a 3-game set with the Red Sox tomorrow. If you're of a certain age, that still is the weirdest darn thing in the world whenever they play the Red Sox in the regular season. Because it used to be reserved for, well, Grapefruit League play, and then only if you made the World Series. That'd be the only time you ever saw the Red Sox. And then interleague play came in, and there are people who are quite obviously younger than me that are like, yeah, they play the Red Sox? What do you mean? They play the Red Sox. They also play the Rangers. They play the Angels. They play the Mariners. They play the Indians. We're not allowed to call them that anymore. But they play all those teams. And for people like me, it was like, or older than me, no, they don't play the Red Sox. They don't play the Red Sox unless they play in the World Series. But anyway, I had to get that off my chest. The way it rolls off the tongue and the way it's just commonplace now, it'll never not be weird to me to see the Red Sox play in a regular season game in Pittsburgh. Now I got that off my chest. 866-391-1020. And look, I know there's more people than would like to admit, because you're just old, shaking your head in traffic right now going, Kitty, son, daughter, I know exactly what that guy's talking about and what he's saying. I know exactly what he feels like saying that about the Red Sox. Anyway, so this is a story I want to dredge up from yesterday, but it's something that needs to be pushed forward, I think. This from the aforementioned David Ballarado.
In her third audit on the use of the funds, Heisler focuses on the Urban Redevelopment Authority and 2023 and 2024 funding for Avenues of Hope, the Streeteries Outdoor Dining Program, and Broadway Avenue development. Not helping, a lack of standardized document retention, meaning when project managers left, so did their documents.
But think about it where you work, and if someone comes and goes, the organization can still stand, and you can still, have access to your organizational records, and that's not happening right now.
Because of that, for example, there's nothing to show Streeteries recipients made matching contributions as required, and the URA has also been unresponsive to requests about $153,000 related to Broadway Avenue, so they can't verify the invoices on the project are even accurate. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Remember those old bumper stickers? Act locally, think globally, or whatever it is? This is it right now. It just is. And then Josh Shapiro, who I don't think is a terrible guy, he has just absolutely been positioned now by his party and people like George Soros and people at the higher reaches of his party. He tweeted this, and I'm going to intertwine the things, just a few hours ago. And these are his words exactly. The chaos, cruelty, and corruption in Washington is hurting Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is raising prices, jacking up healthcare costs, and attacking our freedoms. But this November, we have the opportunity to fight back. By winning up and down the ballot in Pennsylvania, we can put a check on this president, and we're ready to stand up and do just that. That's what the governor tweeted not too long ago. And I say to that, you seem okay, but can you stop running for president against Trump for just 5 minutes? You say corruption in Washington. Let's look at the micro one time. How about the corruption in Allegheny County? And let's start there, Mr. Governor. Look into the URA. Look into Visit Pittsburgh. Look at what the Gainey administration did and why Stephen Zappala felt necessary to go in there and take documents out shortly after Corey O'Connor and his administration took office. Between the DA raiding City Hall, Visit Pittsburgh being secretive, and now the URA, we need to start seeing people who handled or mishandled, one of the two, public funds, come up with some answers or get dragged into court. Those are the two options that should be on the table. Another story came down yesterday that I just played about the URA. And they're just not answering questions. They don't want to cooperate. We need to start seeing people who potentially mishandled public funds come up with some answers or get dragged into court. And do you know why? One, it's the right thing to do for taxpayers. But here's also why. Do you know what happens when I don't pay my property tax? I get dragged into court. It's time for the words to stop. It's time for the governor to stop running for president. It's time for people to stop looking the other way. And it's time to start seeing some perp walks, or it's time to start seeing at least some people sweat some bullets somewhere and answer some hard questions. We are running out of money. We're past that, particularly as a county and a city. These people should not at all be able to tell anyone, I don't feel like answering your questions. Oh, you don't? Well, drag their ass into court and make them. Because the minute I don't pay my property tax, there's liens against me, I'm jammed up in a courtroom, and I'm made to do it as a public citizen. Or private citizen. That's the way it is. It needs to change, and it needs to change right now. There's a man who follows me on Twitter. I don't know him. His name's Ken. He put it in summary very, very well. Allegheny County voters need to stop being so easily distracted by what's happening in D.C. and focus on what's happening right here and right now. Some old, rich, white people with a climate action sign in front of their unnecessarily large home in Mount Lebanon or Fox Chapel might not mind paying more taxes if it means stopping Trump whatever that even looks like. But a lot of us do. This snippet is from a CBS News article where it says Allegheny County is facing a major financial crisis that leaders are unsure of how to address. And he includes the snippet. And then Ken goes on to ask, where do we draw the line? Any decent person would approach this constituents with humility, apologizing for failing us and promising to do everything in their power to fix it with minimal impact. We don't have that, though. We have pretentious role players like Dan Grisbach, who uses his position to feed his main character syndrome and show off for his progressive extremist wife. Hear, hear, Mr. Ken on Twitter. You've hit it exactly. We know there are problems. Why isn't Visit Pittsburgh answering questions? Why is the URA telling people to buzz off whenever we want to know what happened to our money? And why did Steven Zappala go in and take a bunch of documents out there? We know there are problems. It's time to start getting answers from these people or putting them in jail. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Traffic time. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Getting reports of an accident at the intersection of Library Road and Sarah Street in Bethel Park, as well as the intersection of Logan Road and Greenwall Road in Bethel Park as well. Now taking a look at the major roadways here at 446. Pittsburgh traffic is getting heavier as the evening rush builds. The Parkway East is slow through Greenfield and South Oakland towards downtown, while the Parkway West is backed up through Green Tree and approaching the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Downtown and the Fort Pitt Bridge are busy moving, but Acrisure Stadium and the North Shore is seeing heavy congestion. Traffic is also beginning to bunch up, especially near the bridge approaches and Route 65. Also over on I-279 and Route 28, they remain mostly clear, but expect delays to keep building over the next couple hours. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
5 games in 2 days. It's the 3rd annual KDKA Kickoff Classic, live from the Wolf Arena August 28th and 29th. Teams from Western Pennsylvania and New Jersey's Bergen Catholic make their way to the home of the Wolverines for a 2-day extravaganza of high school football. Get the full schedule at KDKARadio.com. It's powered by Bowser Chevrolet. High school football lives on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. You've heard the news. Now talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Oh, the mayor just tweeted something. Not about this. And David Bolorado is right. He's the first guy to report this last week or whenever it was about the Panther Hollow being open. To add a little levity here, 866-391-1020. Corey O'Connor, who I let me, in full disclosure, I think he's headed in the right direction. There's a couple things I got issue with him, but I think in fullness or in on the other side of average, he's doing a pretty good job. And I think he wants to get to the bottom of things. I wish he'd be a little bit more forceful with it, but I don't think he's a bad guy. Anyway, he tweeted this. The Panther Hollow Bridge reopens tomorrow at 7. It has been closed since October 2024, for critical repairs and restoration work commenced in February of this year. Thanks to our DOMI crews and our partners for their hard work to restore this 130-year-old structure. Can you reopen the Panther Hollow Inn instead? That is a much more enjoyable place. The Panther Hollow Inn is one of those bars of a different time, a different place, and years gone by that Pittsburgh was better for. That place was great. Because you know why? You'd get like a plumber that worked at Carnegie Mellon standing next to a kid that went to Carnegie Mellon that was from like Silicon Valley that was going to invent the next supercomputer. And they just were able to stand kind of shoulder to shoulder, arm in arm, and have a drink. And it was a fabulous, wonderful place. Man, the Panther Hollow Inn, places like that, not a lot of them still exist where you get that kind of run of the city or patchwork or kind of whole gamut kind of people. I like those kind of places. You know what's like that? Lot 17 in Bloomfield. Now, I wouldn't go anywhere. Well, I wouldn't. Hopefully you do. Little Italy Days is too much for me. It is. It is 9 billion people there. I'll go somewhere like that whenever there's not a big event going on. By the way, do you know someone in your community who has done something extraordinary in the past year? Nominate them right now. KDKRadio.com to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. And speaking of Larry, I'll be hosting the morning show tomorrow, so be sure to get out there at Schultz Ford. We're going to have a fantastic time. Bring all your backpacks because we're going to have our backpack drive tomorrow at Schultz Ford. It gets going really early in the morning, like when it's still dark. Stop out there, bring a backpack, do what you need to do, bring some supplies. It's right there next to North Allegheny High School, and I'll be hosting the morning show. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. You know, that part that I gave you about the governor a little bit earlier and his incessant way of attacking the president every day. The problem is this. The chaos in Pennsylvania is what's hurting Pennsylvania. And I hate to talk about politics. I do. But if I'm going to, it's going to be local because those are the issues right now. You know, CBS News not too long ago wrote these words. Allegheny County is facing a major financial crisis that leaders are unsure of how to address. On the back of last year's 36% property estate tax increase, the county is looking at a $1.4 billion hole in its pension fund, and it may fall on the taxpayers. For decades, county workers have paid into a pension plan with the expectation of a steady income in retirement. But a consultant report says the plan is underfunded to the tune of $1.4 billion. And county leaders must take immediate action to fulfill that promise. Now, the governor knows that's going on. He just does. And him rallying and railing and calling on partisan voting isn't going to staunch that. It's not going to quell that. It's not going to make up for it. It's not going to bring anybody together. Old Betty, who lives in Travosburg, who's worried about the pension from her husband who passed away a few years ago, and if she's still going to see it in whatever dollar amount, she don't care right now if the person that's going to facilitate that for her is Republican, Independent, Democrat, far left Democrat, MAGA, whatever. All she wants to do is go to Giant Eagle and get her pills. And for the governor to be so lost on that, and so many elected officials to be so lost on that, that's what's frustrating to a person like me. Because I'd like to think I'm pretty level-headed and cut down the middle. And we just keep being adhered to these partisan politics and almost programmed to say things that our parties force us to say. And when I saw that from the governor today, I'm thinking, first of all, it's ridiculous. Second of all, your timing is terrible. The URA, which are all people who endorsed you. The URA is telling people who are trying to audit them, go fly a kite. And the problem with all that is, why aren't you, even in secret or behind the scenes, saying we have to rectify this? Visit Pittsburgh, that I'd like to think I uncovered pretty much by pouring through their documents, is telling people $177 million was made in revenue for these parts, but yet offering no justification or not opening the books. Whenever Green Bay had the draft, they showed everybody all the line items. Visit Pittsburgh refuses to do that. The governor is friendly with all of those people. Why won't he shake it up a little bit? This just feels like they want more of them to continue the crookery. And then the cherry on the top is this. They're pushing Bethany Hallam to be the next county controller. Can I say that again so everybody understands this? And I don't care if you're independent, Republican, Democrat. There is a big push by Democrats, particularly on the far left, for Bethany Hallam, because they think she'll probably run unopposed, to be the next county controller. Could you imagine the last line of our fiscal defense, of our monetary defense in this county? Pretty much the first and last line of defense being Bethany Hallam, who I wouldn't trust to balance my kid's bank account. And they think that she is going to be a financial watchdog. Do you know why? Because she's a puppet and will be a puppet for them. And there will be no audits of things where people not doing things on the up and up, well, get called out for it. It just needs to stop. And I'll talk into this microphone till I'm blue in the face and say it. And I'll keep pushing out tax forms. And I'll keep naming names. And I'll keep saying it has to end. Do you know why? If I don't pay my property tax, I end up on Grant Street in a courtroom. And it's just not right. We'll talk about a lot more, though, after the top of the hour. 866-391-1020. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Colin, getting reports of an accident on the 2400 block of Lebanon Church Road in West Mifflin Borough. Several crews on the scene of that accident. Also getting reports of an accident at the intersection of Logan Road and Greenwall Road in Bethel Park, as well as the intersection of Camp Horn Road and Ben Abbin Heights Road in Ohio Township. Now taking a look at the major roadways here around 456. Pittsburgh traffic continues to thicken in the metro as the rush hour gets underway. And on the Parkway East, it's seeing heavy traffic, especially through Greenfield and South Oakland towards downtown, with a solid slowdown approaching the city. On the Parkway West, it's congested through Green Tree and on the approach to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. And around Acrisure Stadium and the North Shore, traffic is busier near the bridge approaches and Route 65 as the Steelers and Packers are about to get underway at 7 o'clock, while I-279 and Route 28 are still moving relatively well. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real? Or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 82 degrees at 5 o'clock. I'm David Bolorado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? TrustPJ.com. Emergency crews rescued a man who fell down an elevator shaft in Troy Hill this afternoon. Pittsburgh Public Safety says police, fire, and EMS responded to the 900 block of River Avenue for reports that a man had fallen about 8 to 12 feet inside an abandoned building without light or ventilation. Medics were lowered into the shaft to rescue the man, while other crews also monitored the air quality of the space due to the poor ventilation. Public safety officials say the man was alert but was pinned down for an unknown amount of time before he was rescued and then taken to a local hospital with multiple leg fractures. Allegheny County Sheriff has successfully sued to stop a term limits referendum that County Council wanted to place on the November ballot. News Radio KDKA's Paul Rasmussen has that story.
The proposal was for 12-year term limits for the county executive, council members, row officers, district attorney, and sheriff. Common Pleas Judge Jack McVeigh ruled County Council failed to provide hearings for public input, and Attorney Tom King told KDKA's Marty Griffin.
They also drafted an ordinance that would have applied retroactively to Sheriff Krause, which is obviously illegal.
Krause's lawsuit contended the Pennsylvania Constitution does not set a limit on terms, something that would require an amendment. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
The Key Shanley Park Bridge is about to be back in business after months of repairs. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has that story.
Today, Mayor Corey O'Connor and city officials cut the ribbon on the Panther Hollow Bridge, marking the completion of a major restoration project.
So on behalf of everybody, I'm excited to announce that tomorrow at 7 a.m., the bridge is going to open. So we are very excited. Again, thank you to the teams that made this happen. Thank you to the residents for bearing with us through this process.
O'Connor says getting the project done was important not only for drivers, but for preserving the Panther Hollow Bridge for years to come.
This is a gateway into the East End, into Greenfield, into Squirrel Hill. You know, this is something that is a major road artery that we need, especially when the Charles Anderson Bridge is being worked on over the next couple of years as well.
The Panther Hollow Bridge has been closed since October 2024. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
2 people are dead after a 3-car collision Wednesday in Mercer County. State police say 47-year-old Eric Abrams of Clark Mills was driving along Sandy Lake Grove City Road in Worth Township yesterday when he lost control of his car and hit a Jeep Renegade driven by 68-year-old Sandra Marwick of Sandy Lake. She then collided head-on with a 2007 Audi driven by 29-year-old Luke Mulford of Butler. Marwick and Mulford were both pronounced dead at the scene. Sources tell ABC News that during a conference scheduled for tomorrow, it's expected that Luigi Mangione will plead guilty to federal charges against him in the death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. ABC News legal analyst Brian Buckmeyer has more.
The note that we're getting is that a guilty plea will be announced. That's not how anyone I know talks about guilty pleas in the criminal justice system. Either a guilty plea is taken or not. And I fall back on, I think this is a last-ditch effort by the defense to ask for an open plea from the judge based on the language that we see here. But if a guilty plea is taken, I think the overall hope is that if you can finalize the federal case, then you can revitalize the argument for double jeopardy with the state case. But even there, I think that's a losing argument.
On Wall Street today, the Dow closed up 70, the Nasdaq gained 215, S&P 500 higher by 50. KDKA Sports, Braxton Ashcraft threw a complete Game 3 hitter. Rafael Flores had a pair of 3-run homers, and the Pirates beat the Marlins 13-1. Black and Gold Camp Update report brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and OliverFlowers.com. The Steelers and Packers will play tonight at Acrisure Stadium. For many, the focus of this first preseason game will be on the backup quarterbacks, with Drew Owler, the 3rd-round pick, and Will Howard, last year's 7th-round pick, finally getting the chance to take some snaps. KDK Radio News Time 5:03. Time to call One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the best affordable health insurance plans tailored to your needs. It's 82 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
All right, here we go. Past 5 o'clock. Steeler game, all kinds of stuff happening. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Getting reports of an accident at the intersection of the 2400 block of Lebanon Church Road in West Mifflin, as well as the intersection of Logan Road and Greenwall Road in Bethel Park. Now taking a look at the major roadways here at 505. The Parkway East outbound is still gridlocked through Oakland with traffic jammed from Technology Drive towards Spate Street and into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. On the Parkway West outbound, it remains bumper to bumper through the Bathtub region and Fort Pitt Bridge area with no real relief just yet. Also, Route 28 is heavily congested, leaving and entering the city. And with AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arbalaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy and muggy tonight. There will be a couple of showers, especially late, a low of 67. Still a couple of showers into tomorrow, especially early. Clouds will break for some sunshine. It will be humid on the high tomorrow, 79. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Hey, water damage? It won't wait. Neither will ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. Call them the moment damage happens. Day or night, 412-RECOVER.
The man, the yellow van, call ServiceMaster.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, listen for that Drive at 5. Stories driving the news every single day at 5. Brought to you by ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. When's the Drive at 5? Now. How about that? Okay, sad news. David Ballarado, who's out there, he reported that car accident up at Grove City Road. Whatever. I was doing a little reading earlier today. The one woman, I believe, who was killed in that car accident was a beloved local teacher, a teacher from up that way. And there were a lot of people commenting on that. That's just an awful accident. Somebody driving, of course, under the influence. Not of course, but they were in this case, I should say. And it's just terrible, terrible. And apparently the woman, I don't know about the man who was killed in the accident, but in all the reading that I did about the woman, she was apparently an absolute saint and an educator up in those parts and a much beloved person. So just a terrible, terrible thing that happened. Anyway, 866-391-1020 is that number. As always, you could check us out. You could listen to us. You know where to go. You're listening perhaps now. And you can check out the Odyssey app too, AUDACY. You can also watch us online on our video stream. That's fantastic. Metropolitan Window Company. Go to kdkradio.com to our live stream. Our YouTube page. Watch great comments on the YouTube page. Big applause for all the commenters on the YouTube page. I think there's only 5 or so. And they just use a bunch of different names. But anyway, they make it fun. And our Twitter now has our video feed. So there's that. All right. Speaking of going back to school, I do want to talk about a back to school topic in just a moment. Now, people are trying to implore me to talk about the Pony League World Series. Here's the thing. I guess there was a flub, something with the field, and they didn't play the final. This is why I'm not talking about the Pony League World Series. I didn't have time to thoroughly read all the stuff. I was doing other things. I did not have time. So if somebody wants to call me and fill me in, then maybe I have an opinion about it. 866-391-1020. Do that. But it's not that I'm giving it short shrift or anything of the such. I just didn't have, all I did was give a cursory glance at like 2 graphs, and I apologize. I'm generally incredibly prepared on a ton of topics. I had a bunch of other things going on. I've got to get a epidural shot now. That's going to be fun in my pack. And I didn't have time to go over all the particulars, and it looked very sorted and long and involved about trying to fix fields, moving games, not doing this, travel. So I got like 3 lines into it and didn't read the whole thing. So if you want to fill me in, and be accurate about it, then I'll have an opinion. But I don't have an opinion on it, because I was planning on reading all through it tonight and maybe have an opinion on it tomorrow morning. I do have an opinion, though, on this story. Give a listen and tell me how you feel about this, as school is right around the corner.
Mental health specialists say it's important for parents to read their kids' emotions, but not necessarily to give in to them.
It's so tempting as a parent to say, oh, okay, we'll take a mental health day today and be able to go tomorrow.
Pediatrician Dr. Molly O'Shea says that seems like a reasonable way to deal with a return to school.
When actually that reinforces the anxiety and makes it even harder to go the next day.
Crucial to a successful start to the academic year, cycling your kids' bedtime back from a summer break schedule to the earlier wake-up time. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Well, yeah, that's always been the case. You got to practice. Hey, kids, you better practice. What do you mean? Well, like a week before school, you better start to get to bed earlier so you can practice getting up. That's the first issue. It's not even worth talking about, because if you don't do that, then you're going to be behind the 8 ball. The second issue is this, and it's one that I think is up for debate here and one we need to talk about. If your kid approaches you and says, hey, from an emotional preparedness state and sort of category, I want to have a couple days into school, or I want to have at any point during the school year, or I want to have the first day of school, a mental health day. What's your response? Now, I know what I want my response to be. But then I also realize it's 2026. What I want my response to be is, okay. But you can't do that because everybody's feelings get hurt. So my response would be, what? Huh? You want to have a mental health day from school? Okay, explain to me what's bothering you. All right, so this, that, or the other thing. All right, fine. It's not that you're getting picked on. I wouldn't think it's that. It's all right. Wouldn't then, because the answer is going to be a firm no whenever we get to the end. You're not going to stay home from school to have a mental health break day. And if that part offends anybody who's listening, you're listening to the wrong guy. But where I will meet in the middle is this. I'm willing to have a conversation about it and get to the bottom of what is ailing you and try to fix it. But the fix can't be, we're just going to punt on school today or any other day. And what's really interesting is this wouldn't be a topic, excuse me, I'm sorry, unless people had allowed this and facilitated this and greenlighted it at some point as parents. Because kids don't just dream this stuff up, right? And I don't want to sound like, again, some boomer or anything, but if a kid approaches you and goes, I need to have a mental health day from school, we're going to talk about it, but the end result isn't going to be, okay, you could hang out in your room, you could go for a walk down the street, You could sit on the front porch or the back porch, but school isn't part of our routine today while it's a regularly scheduled school day. If you're sick, you're sick. And I get that mental health is health. I get that. But taking off school? When did we turn the corner that we don't face what's going on in school to cause that problem, and we just say, just stay home and avoid it? And I thought that report did a good job of outlining that. But some people would have had to have gone that route for that to be the topic of discussion right there. You mean to tell me there are parents who go, you need a mental health break from school? All right, why don't we just try again on Tuesday? That mortifies me. It just does. So for you, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. School year, it's upon us. Your kid, I don't know, 5 days, 8 days, 10 days, 50 days into school. Let's say they're a high schooler. They come to you and they say, Mom, Dad, I need a mental health day from school. What do you say? Do you talk through it with them? Do you give them the day off? You kick them in the pants and out the door? How's it work in your house? Let's talk next. Demand the yellow van. That's first. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van, and you do it right now. Water can get in. Man, rain all the time, it seems like, over the past, 15 days or so. So listen here. These storms, they can cause serious damage and fast to your house, to your business, to any structure that you have. So when that water gets in through your roof, your windows, even through your basement, once it does, it's going anywhere it wants. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh going to get in and mitigate all of this. Trusted local team, fast water extraction. Numbers easy to remember. 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. When the water gets in, ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh, they get to work. The best call to make, worst situation possible. 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Colin, getting reports of an accident in Upper St. Clair at the intersection of Robb Hollow Road and Painters Run Road there in that area, as well as an accident on the on Route 28 southbound in Shaler Township, as well as the interchange of Steubenville Pike and Haddock Road in Robinson Township. Now taking a look at the major roadways here at 516. The Parkway East outbound is still slow moving through Oakland, but we are starting to see some small pockets of improvement beyond Bate Street. On the Parkway West outbound, it remains stacked through the Bathtub region and through Acrisure Stadium. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-922-1284. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Comer and Cross and their end-of-year garage sale going on right now. No, they're not having a sale in their garage. They are hooking you up with the garage floor of your dreams, just like they did for me. It's going to feel like pulling into a new car showroom every night. I get to do that every night, and you can too. A garage floor that's guaranteed to never chip, never crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint would. Comer and Cross, these are pros, not a fly-by-night organization. They're never pushy. They listen to you and your needs. Over 2,000 five-star reviews. They'll fix all the cracks and pits perfectly. And right now you can schedule them for their end-of-year garage sale. You'll get the best price of the year guaranteed. And on top of that, 50% off installation, and my installation took 1 day. So in 1 day, you can have a new garage floor. Easy call, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule online at COMERcross.com.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
August is here and there's still plenty of summer left to explore with Bowser Hyundai. Now's the perfect time to upgrade during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The 2026 Hyundai Tucson all-wheel drive brings versatility to your ride, and right now at Bowser Hyundai, a 2026 Dealer of the Year winner, you can get 0% for 60 months or 1.9% for 72 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends August 31st. BowserHyundai.com.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
All right, I see David Ballarado. He's the best. He really is. He's ready to give you a thumbnail. What's going on at the bottom of the hour? KDK Radio News Desk. So what do we have to look ahead to, David?
Well, Colin, it may not feel like Kennywood the next time you go to Kennywood this season. The reason why, coming up at 5:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
This is the Bloomberg Money Minute. A fresh record closing high today for the S&P 500 on a softening in wholesale inflation in July. Now, that was mostly on lower energy costs, just like what we saw yesterday in consumer inflation. But that lower rate is reinforcing bets that the Federal Reserve will not be pressured to raise interest rates when it meets next month to tamp down inflation. And at the closing bell today, the Dow was 70 points higher, the Nasdaq up 215, the S&P added 50. Oil was lower. It closed just above $81 a barrel, even though the Strait of Hormuz remains essentially closed to tanker traffic. The Call Her Daddy podcaster Alex Cooper is shutting down her Unwell Beverage Company, a line of energy drinks marketed toward women. No one was buying them. And as if the movie The Odyssey has not made enough money already, distributors just signed a deal to bring that movie to China, where it will be shown on 20,000 screens from coast to coast. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. 866-391-1020, that number for you. Diane in Northside. She's been on hold a little while. I wanted to get to her. Hi, Diane. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
I've never been better. How's things?
Colin, we love you. You started talking about the county, and I was like, you go, boy. My husband worked for the county for 37 years. He had to take a disability. Now they're messing with that pension. The governor could give a crap about any of us. The city is just as bad. There are 16 houses on my street that are abandoned. The city, I mean, can you imagine the taxes, the property taxes for the city and the county? The one house has been abandoned for 50 years.
Yeah, they're not extracting any tax money from that. It's just sitting there, huh? I guess the rats and the roaches aren't paying taxes, are they?
And there's one next to me. We've been going round and around trying to call these agencies. You never get an answer. They keep sending we don't know who the owner is. They keep sending her letters. She's throwing them away.
Well,
and we're trying.
Here's the problem I have, Diane, and this is what's ridiculous, okay, is if the URA gets caught not doing what they're supposed to do with our money, they say, oh, auditors. Yeah, no thanks. We don't want to talk to you. If Visit Pittsburgh reports these numbers, so many people have questions about, with our tax money, about what happened with the revenues from the draft, and people want to ask some questions. They say, hey, don't worry about it. When they take a bunch of documents out of Gainey's office after Corey O'Connor got elected as mayor, and people say, hey, I wonder what happened, Gainey gets a job with the gaming board, and we want to know what happened. Nothing happens. But when you and I don't pay our property tax, what happens is a constable comes and puts us in handcuffs.
Exactly.
And it's just, I'm tired of it. I am tired of the people in the county and these freeloaders like Inamorado who wants to have 18 weeks of not needing to go to work mandated for people who get pregnant. I'm sorry, that ain't the way the world works, and it's okay for the taxpayers to ask for answers, just as it's okay for Diane on the north side to ask what's going on with that abandoned house. Are we going to spruce this up?
Exactly.
Okay. Well, I'm happy you listened. What else you got going on? You making dinner?
I was just doing dishes when I heard you, and I'm like, oh, my God, I love Colin.
Well, that's one woman in the world.
You tell the truth.
Yeah, what did you have for dinner? That's what I want to find out.
Garlic chicken stir fry.
Garlic chicken stir fry. I bet your whole house smells good right now.
It does.
I bet. That's one of those things. Garlic chicken stir fry is one of those things. If I walked into your house tomorrow at 10 a.m., I would know you had garlic chicken stir fry for dinner tonight. Whew. Hey, before we're out of here today, one performer drew a lot of heat in these parts for being somebody who hated Pittsburgh, being somebody who couldn't stand this place, being somebody who got the heck out of town early. He maybe did something pretty nice. There's no maybe about it. I'll explain that coming up in just a little bit. And David's going to tell you something about Kennywood that I think I want to talk about just a little bit. Oh, don't forget, tomorrow, I'm not here in this time. I'll be at quick turnaround. I'll be doing the morning show. We're helping to make sure kids go back to school well-equipped, backpacks, school supplies, all of it. That's tomorrow morning. Bazzi and Bubba Backpack Brigade, but we're jumping on board as KDKA. Schultz Ford in Wexford, partnering with Bubba, 100.7 Star, all of them, and the Education Partnership. We're going to broadcast. I'll get going at 5:30 in the morning out there in Wexford on Route 19, right there at Schultz Ford. Going to be collecting backpacks, school supplies to get your kids started and get them going well. Push them into the school year the right way. Tom's Coffee Truck, La Cafe Breakfast, Aviva Brick Oven, all of it. Ice cream emergency truck. So come out, bring some backpacks, bring some school supplies. Help us, help all those kids. It's going to be a fantastic day. Let's hit traffic right now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Colin, getting reports of an accident in the southbound lane of Route 28 near Shaler Township, as well as an accident on the 2400 block of Lebanon Church Road in West Mifflin Borough. And there are several crews on the scene of the accident. Now taking a look at the major roadways around 526. The Parkway East outbound is still heavily delayed through Oakland, with traffic crawling from Technology Drive through Bate Street and towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. On the Parkway West outbound, it remains bumper to bumper through the Bathtub region and Fort Pitt Bridge area. And with the Voice of Pittsburgh on 100.1 FM and with AAA Traffic on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Logan Arblaster.
Workdays work better with food. And not just any food, the good stuff. That's why there's Easy Cater, the workplace food platform where you can order from a huge variety of great restaurants for any group size, anytime, anywhere, all in one place. Whether it's gourmet deli trays for the client meeting, spicy noodles for the night shift, tacos for the weekend crew, or a big box of brownies to tell your team, thank you. Just use Easy Cater, one platform to feed them all and feed them well. Start an order at easycater.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Having trouble keeping up with your electric bill?
Duquesne Light Company can help customers manage costs through their Customer Assistance Program. Flexible payment plans, budget billing, rebates, and more. Duquesne Light realizes these are difficult times, and they are all committed to supporting our communities. Discover how you can save money and stay comfortable in your home year-round by visiting DuquesneLight.com/assistance. That's DuquesneLight.com/assistance.
Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Call the Cousins.
The Cousins are giving away a new roof because every family deserves a safe roof over their heads. Think you or someone you know deserves a new roof? Enter the End of Summer Cousins Roof Giveaway for your chance to receive up to $15,000 towards a brand new roof. Don't wait. Visit callthecousins.com and enter today.
Call the Cousins.
Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Call the Cousins.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 81 degrees at 5:30. I'm David Colorado. Allegheny County Sheriff Kevin Krause has prevailed in his lawsuit against County Council over a ballot referendum that would have imposed a term limit on his position. The measure would have placed a referendum on the November ballot. Voters would be asked to approve or reject 12-year term limits for the county executive, council members, row officers, the district attorney, and the sheriff. Attorney Tom King told KDK's Marty Griffin that Common Pleas Judge Jack McVeigh issued a ruling Wednesday finding
County Council failed to hold the required hearings to allow the public to have input on this thing. And by doing so, they can't proceed with the ballot issue.
In the lawsuit, Krause contended the state constitution does not set a limit on terms and would have to be amended to do that. The sheriff's office also again reminding people that it is never going to demand money from them over the phone. This comes after a local man was waiting to board a plane in Philadelphia on Tuesday when someone claiming to be with the sheriff's office called him, told him he owed money for failing to appear in court. Sheriff Kevin Krause told Marty Griffin that the scammers called him again Wednesday and directed him to scan a QR code at a Bitcoin kiosk.
So he went to the Bitcoin machine or the kiosk and deposited some money, which a subsequent deposit totaled $32,500, which he was scammed out of.
At one point, the scammer claimed to be Krause himself. After sending the crypto, the victim went to the sheriff's office for a signature authorization. That's when he realized he'd been scammed. And Kennywood has announced the Thunderbolt roller coaster will be closing soon for the rest of the year, saying in a news release, the King of the Coasters will begin a maintenance improvement project to ensure the Thunderbolt remains one of the greatest wooden coasters in the world for generations to come. Last chance to ride the beloved coaster this season is Monday. On Wall Street today, the Dow closed up 70 points, the Nasdaq higher by 215, the S&P 500 gained 50. KDKA Sports, the Steelers and Packers in a preseason game at Acrisure Stadium. Aaron Rodgers is not expected to see any action against his former team. And the Pirates walloped the Marlins 13-1 today in Florida. They'll return to Pittsburgh to host the Red Sox in an interleague weekend series starting tomorrow night. KDK Radio News Time 5:32. If you're injured, time to hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan. Dial Pound Law for the people. Our next update at 6. I'm David Colorado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
I was inspired to become a nurse because I love serving others. I think I've always related best to kids, to build trust with kids. It's making things fun, have everything be less scary. Nursing is definitely a team profession. I cannot imagine doing what I do anywhere else.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
Hey, summer's wrapping up, but the sales, they keep on going. Summer sales event all the way through August at Schultz Ford and SchultzFord.com. Check out all those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. So much happening. Get the Expedition, get the Explorer, get the Bronco Sport, F-150, whatever you need. Summer sales event. It continues all the way through August at Schultz Ford and SchultzFord.com.
At the Original Mattress Factory, we make mattress shopping easy. We offer our lowest and best price to everyone, every day, so you can shop when you're ready. We show you exactly what's inside of our mattresses so you can see and feel the quality for yourself to ensure you're getting the best value. And we offer a no-pressure shopping experience. Our team is here to help you find the best mattress for you. It's that easy. Visit an OMF location today to see the Original Mattress Factory difference for yourself.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
5 games in 2 days. It's the 3rd annual KDKA Kickoff Classic, live from the Wolf Arena August 28th and 29th. Teams from Western Pennsylvania and New Jersey's Bergen Catholic make their way to the home of the Wolverines for a 2-day extravaganza of high school football. Get the full schedule at KDKARadio.com. It's powered by Bowser Chevrolet. High school football lives on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, traffic. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Colin, getting reports of an accident in the southbound lane of I-79 near Marshall Township. Several crews on the scene of that accident. It's causing delays, as well as an accident in the southbound lane of Route 28 near Shaler Township. Now taking a look at the major roadways at 535. The Parkway East outbound is still heavily delayed through Oakland, with traffic crawling from Technology Drive through Bate Street and towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound remains bumper to bumper through the Bathtub region and Fort Pitt Bridge area. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly to mostly cloudy for tonight. There can be a couple of showers, especially late, a low of 67. Clouds and a couple of showers tomorrow give way to some sun, high 79, and partly sunny on Saturday. A nice start to the weekend, high 83. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Go. Just a little while longer. You know, vote 866-391-1020. I don't know. Hold on one second. There we go. Maybe. I don't know. I have this little frog in the top of my throat. All right, one more time. There we are. I'm not hitting this cough button. Just you're going to have to suffer through it with me. Vote at 866-391-1020. Should I? Now, I listen to the traffic, but it's as real time as it can be, but there's also an anticipation factor that weighs in when you're not leaving right now. Should I go the long way home? Take the long way home. Should I go out of here and go out towards the airport, like a half mile, whatever that is, and then 79 north? Should I go that way? And then I get off I wiggle it like that Mount Nebo, Sheets or whatever. Not Mount Nebo. I don't know what that is. Nicholson Road. Wiggle that way. Wiggle around through North Park. Should I go that way home? That's not the way I normally go home. Across the, the bridge past Sewickley. It's like you're going, over the Ohio River that way. 79. Should I go that way because of the anticipated Steeler traffic? Or should I go down Fort Pitt, Fort Duquesne Bridge, around the baseball stadium, 28 to Route 8. Which way? Vote on this. You know what? In whatever way you vote, between now and like 5:50 is the actual way that I'll go. At 866-391-1020 on the text line. Now, don't be one of those jokers. Let's be honest here. Don't be one of those jokers that votes the way that's going to get me jammed up, so because you don't like me and you want me to understand some pain on the commute home. So Option 1 is Parkway 79. I get off where that, and I don't know if it's a new Sheets or whatever. The Sheets in Ohio Township, I go up around that way. I wiggle around through Ingomar, whoop, down that way, past the ice cream place, and then bang, into North Park and then my house. Or should I go, and it says get Waze. I don't want to get Waze. That's too much technology, too many apps, too much stuff going on my phone. All right, I'm getting texts from my friends. Do not go by the stadium. Go 279. Or should I go by the stadium in that way? Now, there's already one big vote, and it's somebody who would know, who says do not come anywhere near the stadium right now. Wow, it's that crowded? It's going to be that much for a preseason game? I guess. Sheesh. All right, this is what I wanted to talk about. So, Kennywood, and you may have heard this in one of the updates. Oh, there's a vote for 28. So, all right, there's 3 or 4 votes for 28. Now, hold on. We're doing a running tally here. Now, another text. Here's somebody who would know. Option 79. Okay. Now I'm getting text. This is the power of KDKA in this show. I am getting texts from actual law enforcement agents who are working the light down by the stadiums that are telling me, don't come anywhere near here. So those have to count for more than one vote, right? The people that are holding the clicker by the box that are working the lights. Those police officers have to be people whose votes count a little more than just one. So I think I'm going to go 279 to 79 and head that way home. All right, Kennywood. So the Thunderbolt, and I believe David had this in his report. So Monday is, the Thunderbolt is going to close for the rest of the season. There is something going on. Monday's going to be the last day to ride the Thunderbolt. And August 17th, Monday, August 17th will be. It's closed for the rest of the year. There is some maintenance that has to happen for it. Now, the last time I went to Kennywood, I guess it was last year, not this season, but last year. My kids looked at me like I had 3 heads whenever I said Thunderbolt, Jackrabbit, and Racer. The wooden roller coasters absolutely destroy any of the newfangled, if you will, kind of metal, steel, whatever, roller coasters. They absolutely crush them. And my kids looked and they go, Dad, they're old and rickety and they're nowhere near as fast as these ones. And I said, well, okay. Well, maybe I'm an old man. Maybe I am a typical Pittsburgher and bent on nostalgia. Maybe I like old stuff. Maybe I like to reminisce, all that kind of stuff. But you can't replicate the click, 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 or the way that it feels. Or maybe it feels like you're really living on the edge a little bit more because the thing could break at any time, it feels like, because somebody was riding it in 1951, those very same cars and that very same track and that very same setup. And then you look below and you see a crack in the wood and you're thinking, oh, this is like antiquated. This is a real risk riding this roller coaster. So who's right and who's wrong here at 866-391-1020? I understand it's all opinion. I get that. But the sell job that my kids tried to give to me, our kids, my wife and I's kids, our kids, that our kids tried to give to me about how, I mean, they wouldn't even entertain it. They wouldn't even listen. They acted like it was the dumbest thing that they've ever heard. They go, well, we don't mind riding the Jackrabbit. Like, we're okay riding the Thunderbolt. And I say this because the Thunderbolt's going to close down the rest of the season come August 17th, which is 4 days from now. We don't mind riding the Racer. It's cool to race the other ones. But the steel coasters at places like Kennywood, at places like Cedar Point, at other amusement parks, those are faster. Those are bigger. Those are better. Those are just a much more streamlined ride. And those other ones are for like old people. And they don't go. The conversation that we had waiting for the Thunderbolt that day, it was, I almost felt like I let down my kids in raising them. That they didn't understand the value, the nostalgia, They didn't understand the throwback, any of it. They were like, we'll ride it because it's here. But this isn't anywhere near as fun. And it was, I kind of took it personal. It hit me right in the face. Like, this is something that I feel like, okay, here's the best way to put it. I felt like I failed as a parent for just a couple moments. But then I understood that it was something that a lot of their contemporaries and a lot of kids who they were friends with, they had the same dismissal of those old roller coasters that my kids did. They were like, yeah, that's your junior circuit. Those are kind of training wheels for the real big boys, which are these fast metal ones. And I don't want to say it broke my heart a little bit, but it kind of disappointed me that they didn't understand the craftsmanship in it. They didn't understand the throwback or the history even in all of it. Now I'm starting to sound like Rick Seaback. That's the last thing I want to do. God bless Rick Seaback and everything about Rick Seaback and all that, but I don't want my show to sound anything like that. I don't. But anyway, for that segment, it kind of did. All right, somebody who got booed out of town, somebody who got sweared at, somebody who said, don't ever come back, all that kind of stuff. Maybe on his way out the door, he did something really nice. And I wonder if people will recognize this and thank him. I'll explain in just a little bit. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh is in the evening rush, and they're in the thick of it. The Pittsburgh Parkway East metro area is slow through Greenfield and South Oakland towards downtown, while the Parkway West is backed up through Green Tree and towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Over around traffic in the downtown area, it's also busy. And the North Shore is seeing additional congestion than usual around the bridge approaches. For your USPS Ground Advantage reliable route, I'd specifically avoid the Acrisure Stadium and North Shore area, including the Route 65 approaches and downtown bridges, where event and rush hour traffic can create predictable delays. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Are you tired of climbing over that dirty, old, slippery tub? Your bathtub should be beautiful, functional, and safe. PJ Fitzpatrick is pleased to offer the Jacuzzi Shower System. Installed in just one day, featuring low entry thresholds and designer walls and fixtures. You'll step right into luxury. Plus, PJ is offering a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
These are the visionaries of Pittsburgh. The leaders who are changing our landscape. The leaders who are redefining our region. This is Leading Pittsburgh.
Odyssey Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli
and Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor.
In your seat, there's times when the full story isn't always told on things that you're doing. How do you handle
now
that?
that we're here at KDKA, can I explain the actual story?
Exactly.
No, I mean, I think it's also different now. You know, you try to get to the media as best we can, and I think the one thing I will say that's been helpful, and my media team has done an amazing job, is putting out our schedule. You have a job, we have a job. You're going to have questions when we're at a groundbreaking about housing and it's about some other issue that popped up. But I think having the accessibility, being transparent, getting the message out there as best we can.
How important is that to you?
I think it's huge.
Yeah.
And I think, social media helps, but then it also, you have people on social media that aren't relaying the whole message, and people read that, so it's kind of
You've done an incredible job of being transparent and available. That's why I asked that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you have to, and I don't look at it because I think elected officials, you just do the best job you can. I think the comments on there will drive you crazy if you read them, because some are going to be anti whatever you do, no matter what. And then others might not even live in Pittsburgh and just want to comment.
Leading Pittsburgh, only on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Desk, a look ahead to see what's happening top of the hour. David Bollerado.
Hey, Colin, a military plane made an emergency landing today at Pittsburgh International, and we'll explain why. Coming up at 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know who caught a lot of hell a couple months ago? Morgan Wallen. And I think rightly so. I don't know. That was the weekend I was in Michigan. And it was really interesting because here's why. Way back in the day, when I was a senior in high school, so do the math, you figure out the dates, all of that. I went, and this is where all this is going to tie in a moment. I went to a Grateful Dead show that was at Three Rivers, and it rained like heck. It was a rain show. They played all the rain songs, whatever. It was great. It was incredible. And they weren't going to cancel. I mean, it was what it was. So this year, over this summer, it was, June, whenever, I was in Michigan at the NASCAR race with our son, and I started reading the stuff about how Morgan Wallen wasn't going to play the second night because there was impending rain, there was forecast, this, that, or whatever, and he just got the heck out of town. And people were left in a lurch. I mean, they had spent money on hotels. They had all these plans. They got party buses, all this. And he was like, sorry, we got a big PA. We got all this stuff. And this is bad business. I'm sorry, but it's my business. I don't want to get struck by lightning. I don't want that stuff to end up falling down on me, any of that, And so that's the way that it was. He skipped out of town on the second show. And then it ended up not being so terrible. And a lot of people, held him to it and were really mad about it. So that was kind of where it ended. That Morgan Wallen was a guy who had a bad name in this town. And who knows if he could come back. Well, wouldn't you know it, today, this is pretty interesting. And I wonder if it changes the way you look at the guy now. It might not. It might. I don't know. So Stowe Rocks Junior Senior High School They received nearly $40,000 in instruments from Morgan Wallen's foundation. Now, the donation, he does this at a lot of places he goes to. Part of Wallen's 2026 tour give back program. It's donated more than $1 million worth of musical instruments to 26 schools across the cities that he visited this last tour. So it's not like a million schools, just 26 schools. One of them was Stowe Rocks. $3 from each ticket purchase for the stadium tour goes into a foundation's funding pool. He most recently played here June 5th, not the 6th, though. Quoted as saying this, the Stowe Rocks superintendent: "This gift will have a lasting impact on our students and our music program by providing access to high-quality instruments that will inspire creativity, enhance learning opportunities, and help our student musicians continue to grow artistically and personally." Now, what they bought were and it includes, they bought more than this, a baritone saxophone, 2 euphoniums, 10 classical guitars, a tenor saxophone, 3 trombones, 2 alto saxes, 4 clarinets, and 2 flutes, valued at $39,276. Not a bad thing to do. So good on him. Bad on him for canceling that show. Good on him for buying this stuff. Tomorrow morning, Schultz Ford, Wexford. I'll be there bright and early. Hope to see you with some backpacks. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Getting reports of an accident still in the southbound lane of Route 28 near Shaler Township. It's causing heavy delays. Now taking a look at the major roadways as we approach 555. Traffic remains heavy across the region. Route 28 outbound is still slow leaving the city, and it's slow entering the city back towards Millvale. And Liberty Tunnel approaches are also bumper to bumper, and you're continuing to see lingering delays across that area. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Pros, find the right flooring for the job in Lowe's newly redesigned flooring showroom. Shop our expanded assortment of trusted brands and get up to 35% off style selections, StainMaster, and StainMaster Pet Protect Special Order Carpet. And while you're here, save $100 on a DeWalt 20-volt max 6-amp-hour 2-pack of batteries. Now just $179. Get more of what you need faster and save more where it counts from the ground up. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 82 degrees at 6 o'clock. I'm David Colorado. No injuries reported, but a Super Hercules plane assigned to Youngstown's 910th Airlift Wing made an emergency landing today at Pittsburgh International Airport. The 4 crew members were in the air when they noticed smoke in the cockpit and mechanical issues. They couldn't land in Youngstown because they're repaving the runway there, so they landed here shortly after 3 p.m. Fire crews responded, and now the aircraft will be towed to the 9/11 for repairs. As we first reported during last night's rush hour, an historic Pittsburgh bridge is ready to reopen after nearly 2 years of being out of service. The Panther Hollow Bridge Restoration Project is now complete. Deputy Director of Mobility and Infrastructure, Zachary Workman, says the project was needed to keep this important Shenley Park connection safe.
I just wanted to say that I'm really proud of the entirety of DOMI, and especially the Bridges and Structures Engineering Group. They've worked tirelessly over the last few years with bridge inspectors and PennDOT to ensure any issues on the city's bridges are identified proactively, to find creative solutions for minimizing disruptions to the community.
The Panther Hollow Bridge will reopen for traffic tomorrow morning at 7. The wait's getting shorter for Wegmans fans as the company officially broke ground on its new store in Cranberry Township. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush was there.
For Wegmans, this is about more than adding another grocery store. Store manager Tom Jeppy says the company is bringing its unique shopping experience to Cranberry Township.
We offer an exceptional level of incredible customer service. It's really second to none. We have industry-leading products that were sourced globally. We have there's a lot that goes into the Wegmans experience. And again, I'd have to invite you in the doors to experience that for yourself. And then once you're in it and you experience it, you're not going anywhere else. I can guarantee you that.
The 115,000 square foot store is being built next to the UPMC Lemieux Sports Complex with plans to open in fall 2027. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Amid growing concerns over privacy and safety, Flock is announcing changes to its automated license plate readers. The cameras automatically scan every license plate that passes, logging its time and location into a nationwide database that can track vehicles, raising surveillance concerns. ABC's Jacqueline Lee has more.
In a pre-recorded statement sent to ABC News, CEO Garrett Langley says Flock will change the default data retention period from 30 days to 7 days. Langley also addressing concerns after some police officers allegedly misused the Flock system for personal reasons. Flock will now require all law enforcement to adopt audit assistance by the end of the year, including something called proactive lockouts, meaning when a user's activity is found to be abnormal, Flock will automatically suspend access pending administrator review.
Things are back to normal, but some tense moments earlier today in West Mifflin. Crews were working on a gas line near the Holiday Inn when they hit a line. That prompted a shutdown of several roads today for a while. Separately, the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission is also dealing with mudslides in that same area. A portion of New England Road closed between Camp Hollow Road and Coal Valley Road. That's sending drivers through a nearly 8.5-mile detour using Camp Hollow Road. On Wall Street today, the Dow gained 70 points. The Nasdaq had a very good day, up 215, and the S&P 500 added 51. KDK Sports preseason football tonight as the Steelers will welcome the Packers to Acrisure Stadium for a 7 p.m. kickoff. And Braxton Ashcraft gave up just one run as the Bucs beat the Marlins 13-1 today on KDKA Radio.
Swing, fly ball center. Mangum back. He's there. He's got it.
Braxton Ashcraft, a complete game victory, his 12th win of the season. He throws a 3-hitter here in Miami, and the Pirates wallop the Marlins 13-1. What a game for Braxton Ashcraft.
KDK Radio News Time 6:03. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. It's 82 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Precision Pointing and Restoration is pretty much booked for the remainder of the summer, and they have just a few slots available this fall. So here I am again to ask, can your long overdue masonry project really withstand another Pittsburgh polar vortex? Take a look up at your chimney, or better yet, get Precision Pointing out to your home to professionally assess. They guarantee all their work, and they don't require a down payment. Special discounts for vets, seniors, and first responders. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net. Procrastinating ends with a call to Precision Pointing.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone else can. Friends?
I can tell you drove high.
Parents?
I can tell when you drive high.
Relatives?
I can tell. You drove here high, didn't you?
So what makes you think law enforcement can't?
I can tell.
If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
Here we go. Traffic on the 5s from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's head on over to Logan the Blaster, our Blaster. Logan.
I love it. Thank you, Michael. Taking a look at a collision being reported now at the intersection of Library Road and Stoltz Road in Bethel Park. It's now been cleaned up, actually, as I'm speaking, but there is still an active accident out in the southbound lane of I-79. Several crews on the scene of that accident in Marshall Township. Now taking a look at the major roadways here at 606. Pittsburgh traffic remains busy, but there are a few improvements around downtown. On the Parkway East in particular, it's still slow through Greenfield heading towards the South Oakland stretch, while the Parkway West has a significant backup through Green Tree towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel, and downtown itself is moving reasonably well. I-279 remains one of the clear approaches, and Route 28 is mostly clear as well, with some isolated slowdowns further north. For your USPS Ground Advantage reliable route,
the KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy and muggy tonight. There will be a couple of showers, especially late, a low of 67. Still a couple of showers into tomorrow, especially early. Clouds will break for some sunshine. It will be humid on the high tomorrow, 79. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
The largest Jeep selection in Pittsburgh is at Monroeville Jeep. They have over 300 in stock, and you're going to pay less. And they're the highest-rated Jeep dealer with 4.7 out of 5 stars. Make this the summer at Monroeville Chrysler Jeep.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When you're at my level, you even spell sales differently. S-A-I-L-E-S. Now, I've closed enough deals to know a couple things. Hustle takes breaks. Infrastructure doesn't. The best sales teams don't wake up wondering where pipeline will come from. It's always working, quietly, in the background. Sales AI is pipeline as infrastructure, always on, like a power grid running under your reps. Start today at SAILES.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Well, hello. Thursday night, 6 to 10, Michael Bartley. Great to be with you again. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. We have a lot to talk about. Oh, man. Watch her driving out there. Now we got a Steeler preseason game coming up here in less than an hour. Oh, man, at Acrisure. But I'll be right here with you from 6 to 10. Oh, boy, do we have a lot to talk about. How about the Trump's Kennedy Center board? They voted again to put his name back on the building. That Wisconsin primary. Has the Democratic Party learned anything? Well, we're going to get into that, too. The USS Abraham Lincoln story. I'm going to refer to the Stars and Stripes military newspaper story. It's despicable, this story. One sailor wanted to jump off the ship because of the conditions. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. The Panther Hollow Bridge, I just heard David on that newscast. Thank you. Opens tomorrow morning. Beautiful. Oh, man. Whew. Shenley Park, I'm so glad because it was going around. You have to go round and around and around and around and up and down and wherever. Oh, baby. All right, now, I've said this before and I'll say it again. And you can educate me as long as you want. I don't know. I have never seen in my lifetime such excitement like that's the greatest thing that ever happened in the world. A groundbreaking in Cranberry, Pennsylvania for a grocery store. They broke their ground today. It means by this time next year, maybe give or take some weeks, fall of 2027, maybe a year from now plus a month or so. The first Wegmans grocery store will be in our region. I'm not getting, I guess I'm not understanding what this is about because I can't believe how excited people are about this. No. I've never walked into a Wegmans grocery store in my life. Listen, and if it's as good as they say it is, I will drive out there. I will. I'll do it. Cranberry's traffic, but I go to Cranberry quite a bit. A lot of friends in Cranberry. And I go out there to go to dinner and so forth. But, man, it's so busy these days. But it's, a booming area. But why? What is it about this Wegmans? I'm not understanding it. Now, I'm single. And when you're single, you're kind of selfish. I like to cook on Sunday. But when you're single, you're kind of selfish. And I do like prepared foods. So I will go to supermarkets that have decent prepared foods. And I'm a little spoiled that way. And I'm going to tell you this right now, and you all might jump on me, but compared to other cities, and another city that I lived in, we don't have a ton of places with prepared foods, like in even mid-sized cities, where you go in and there's a place in Squirrel Hill I go to, place in Bloomfield I go to, place in Aspinwall I go to, and of course some of the supermarkets. But I guess Wegmans is like a prepared foods place that's second to none. I guess. Because, I'm reading today with this groundbreaking and so forth that, okay, they have a big produce department. So does everybody else. I don't get it. They have a wide variety of seafood. Maybe that's a thing. They have meat and bakery and delis. So does everybody else. Cheese options. So do a lot of places here. I guess it's the prepared food. I don't know. I've never been to one. I think, are they in Erie, PA? I think, but I don't know. I've never been there. I've been to Erie, but never been to a Wegmans. Never. And I don't know where else they are, but when people hear this, that Wegmans is, I've never seen such excitement about a grocery store. Never. Honestly, and they provide, what did their store manager, I guess, was one of the ones giving all the sound bites today, and he said, we provide the greatest ingredients, the greatest meals, at the best prices. I've been to that movie before. I've heard that before about other places as well. And I'm not prejudging. I just can't wait to check it out. Check it out in a year, in a month, 2 months, I guess. I don't know. But if it's that cool, it's that cool. I don't know. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Is the hype over this Wegmans thing legit? I don't know. All right, it's 6:15, so we're going to do traffic. It's pretty busy out there given the Steelers game tonight. It's lots of other stuff going on from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's head over to the Blaster, our Blaster, Logan.
My man, Michael, thank you very much. Let's try this again. Pittsburgh traffic remains busy, but there are a few improvements across the metro. In particular, the Parkway East is still slow through Greenfield, heading towards South Oakland. The Parkway West has a significant backup through Green Tree towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel because of the game over at Acrisure Stadium. Also, downtown itself is moving reasonably well, while I-279 remains one of the clear approaches. For your USPS Ground Advantage reliable route, I'd continue to avoid the Acrisure Stadium North Shore area, particularly Route 65 and the bridge approaches around the stadium. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm with Joe Potocnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a Platinum Preferred Contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the Platinum Preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
Long live the king. Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, just southeast of Pittsburgh, is back. August 22nd and 23rd is opening weekend. It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers and musicians, comedy, games, fine arts and crafts at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets at PittsburghRenFest.com.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development, serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
Okay, a lot of news today, that's for sure, from the KDK Radio News Desk. Here's a look ahead at the 6:30 news in the newsroom. David Bolorado. David.
Michael, Allegheny County's sheriff takes county council to court and wins. More at 6:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. For the first time in 6 weeks, mortgage rates declined ever so slightly this past week, going from an average of 6.69% to 6.67%, according to Freddie Mac. It comes as pending home sales, deals that have been agreed to, not yet finalized, moved a fraction higher in the first week of August, according to Redfin, and that follows a dismal July for the U.S. housing market. Producer prices last month cooling by a little bit more than expected thanks to cheaper energy costs. Still, wholesale prices rose 4.7% from a year ago, way above the Fed's longtime target of 2%. But on Wall Street, investors believe that dip in wholesale inflation is taking pressure off the Fed to hike rates. And with that, the Dow today 70 points higher, the Nasdaq up 215, the S&P added 50, closing at a new all-time high. First-time jobless claims up by 10,000 last week. Still pretty low, though, 209,000 total. And Chipotle opening its first location this month in Saudi Arabia. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Okay, welcome back. It is 6:21 on a Thursday evening. Michael Bartley with you until 10 o'clock, 866-391-1020. Wegmans breaks ground. It's like the second coming. What is this about? I don't know. Alicia in Mount Lebanon. Alicia, you're first up.
Well, I'm glad I am because I love listening to you, my husband and I. I'll tell you one thing, we're from Buffalo, New York, and we used to drive to Erie during the pandemic. I'll tell you one thing, once you hit Wegmans, you'll never go to our other beep store again.
Wait a minute. Wait. You lived in Buffalo?
No, we're from Buffalo.
Oh, you're from Buffalo. Okay, and then,
Yes. So
so Wegmans is in Buffalo?
No, yeah, Wegmans is a big Buffalo store like the Big Bird here.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And they're out of Rochester, I believe.
Okay.
But I'll tell you one thing, if you go to Wegmans, like my husband and I used to drive up during the pandemic to Erie, you get the best vegetables, the best produce, the best everything. I'll tell you, best deli, the best everything. I'll tell you one thing, it takes Big Bird out of the picture.
See, I don't understand that because if I go, to Shady Side or to, East Liberty to the I think their produce departments are good. How do you discern whether a produce department is that good?
Well, because when we go to Buffalo to visit family and friends, because we're from, Buffalo, we go up to Buffalo quite a bit, and we stop on the way before we leave to go to Pittsburgh. We buy their roast beef They give you oat juice. They cut it fresh. They give you Kimmel grows, which are a big deal in Buffalo. And then we buy the blueberries, the strawberries. Oh, my God. They're unbelievable. Everything is so fresh there. You cannot believe it. It's nothing like the Big Bird here. I'm sorry. It's not the same.
Okay. All right. But wait, tell me about, because everyone seems to be go on about their prepared foods. Could it really be that good?
Foods, that's another big thing. That is unbelievable.
Like how?
They have everything. Well, because they have everything under the sun. And the bakery, tell you one thing, the bakery is top notch.
Oh, really?
Oh, my God. We love peanut donuts. Oh, my gosh.
Well, you love what? Would you say peanut donuts? Is that what you said?
Yes. Oh, my God. If you have a peanut donut from Buffalo, New York, I would love
Peanut donuts? What the hell is that? What do you mean?
It's a donut coated in glaze and peanuts.
Oh, wow. Oh, whoa.
And they have these unbelievable, everything there is unbelievable. One thing, we go to Buffalo, we stock up, we bring our little bags, we stock up on everything.
I've been to Buffalo many times. I went to college. My buddies from Amherst, and they're there.
Oh, yeah. My son went to UB, too, in Amherst, right?
Yeah, and
there's a Wegmans right in Amherst, right there.
Yeah, but I've never been in the Wegmans. I've never been in a grocery store that was just there for a weekend or whatever,
wow.
or a wedding or two. But, you know that beef on weck thing? Did you ever have that?
Yes.
Isn't that a Buffalo thing?
I'm from Buffalo. Yes, it is.
All right, now wait a minute. Since I have you here, when you moved, how long have you lived in Pittsburgh?
Well, too long for my sake.
Oh, you're going to get it.
Oh,
Wait.
No, we moved here we got married, and my husband moved here. I came with them. Our kids went to Mount Lebanon High School. Now they went to college. My one son went to Pitt. He's a pharmacist, chemist. My other son went to University of Buffalo. He has a great job. And okay.
Is your name Alicia or Alicia?
Well, okay, that's a story. But Alicia is Spanish.
Okay, all right.
Alicia is what people say.
Okay, so wait, so when you came to Pittsburgh.
Yes.
What did you think of our?
I'm a Bills fan. Tell you one thing.
Wait a minute. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm not rooting for the Steelers tonight.
Okay.
I'm rooting for the Buffalo Bills on Saturday.
I see. I start fights with Buffalo fans because every time you win a game, you think you won the Super Bowl. That makes me mad.
Well, I know this poor Bills fans also.
I know. I think they're. I shouldn't say this to you, but I think they're cursed. Anyway, okay. Listen.
It's okay.
When you came to Pittsburgh,
yes.
What did you think of our food?
The food in Pittsburgh. That's okay.
You're telling me you think food in Buffalo's better?
Okay, one thing. We moved to Pittsburgh. I worked for Moby Chemical, okay?
Yeah.
And there was that one restaurant. Scrooge was there. Oh, my gosh, is that great.
Wait, Scolio's? Which one?
Scrooge.
Oh, Scrooge. Yeah, okay. I got you.
We loved going there.
Yeah.
We lived with split apartments, and then we moved to Mount Lebanon because we wanted to have a family. And then we used to go to the Colony. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, the Colony. Oh, boy. Oh,
it was great.
Pittsburgh restaurants are fantastic. All right, so listen. Go ahead.
More than that, I don't know what to say, but...
Wait, all right.
Once you build Wegmans, go take a look, because I think it's really great.
As soon as Wegmans, all right, this time next year, I'm ready to go.
Okay,
Because
good.
I've never seen such excitement. So the hype is for real.
Yes.
All right. Alicia, thank you so much for the call from Mount Lebanon.
One thing, we love listening to you. You're our favorite guy.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That is really nice.
Take care. Have a good night.
Thank you. Call me anytime. What a nice lady. I'm just teasing about Buffalo, too. I like Buffalo. All right, it's 6:27. Coming up, 866-391-1020. You want to tell me more about Wegmans? Because I don't get the hype, but I'll trust her. She's from Buffalo. They're honest people. All right. We'll keep her going, baby. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just one dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 82 degrees at 6:30. I'm David Colorado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. TrustPJ.com. Emergency crews rescued a man who fell down an elevator shaft in Troy Hill this afternoon. Pittsburgh Public Safety says police, fire, and EMS all responded on the 900 block of River Avenue for reports that a man had fallen about 8 to 12 feet inside an abandoned building without light or ventilation. Medics were lowered into the shaft to rescue him while other crews monitored the air quality of the space due to poor ventilation. Public Safety says the man was alert but was pinned down for an unknown amount of time before he was rescued, then taken to a local hospital with multiple leg fractures. Allegheny County Sheriff has successfully sued to stop a term limits referendum that County Council wanted to place on the November ballot. News Radio KDKA's Paul Rasmussen has that story.
The proposal was for 12-year term limits for the county executive, council members, row officers, district attorney, and sheriff. Common Pleas Judge Jack McVeigh ruled County Council failed to provide hearings for public input, and Attorney Tom King told KDKA's Marty Griffin.
They also drafted an ordinance that would have applied retroactively to Sheriff Krause, which is obviously illegal.
Krause's lawsuit contended the Pennsylvania Constitution does not set a limit on terms, something that would require an amendment. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
The board of the Kennedy Center in Washington, comprised of a majority of members who were handpicked by President Trump, voted to put his name back on the front of the building. The board voted to rename the building the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, restored and renovated by President Donald J. Trump. Another space would also be renamed the President Donald J. Trump Plaza. More now from ABC's Stephen Portnoy.
A federal judge here in Washington ruled in late May that the president's name had to come down from the side of the building, that Congress created it as a memorial to John F. Kennedy, and that only Congress can change its name. He also ruled the board had to more thoroughly consider the impacts of the closure and renovation plan and vote again before moving forward. That second vote took place today.
On Wall Street today, the Dow closed up, gaining 70. The Nasdaq added on 215, and the S&P 500 higher by 50. KDK Sports, the Pirates celebrating their 13-1 win over the Marlins today in Florida, and the Steelers host the Packers at Acrisure Stadium tonight for preseason action. Kickoff is at 7. KDK Radio News Time, 6:32. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the right health insurance plan that can save you thousands. Our next update at 7. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Dollar General.
Wells Fargo is embracing the blockchain as it begins offering tokenized deposits to its corporate and commercial customers. San Francisco-based Wells Fargo says the tokenized deposits will allow customers to move, program, and settle funds 24/7, and the blockchain will be integrated into Wells Fargo's existing system, so those customers will remain within the bank's regulated insured system. I'm Jason Brooks.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Comer and Cross and their end-of-year garage sale going on right now. No, they're not having a sale in their garage. They are hooking you up with the garage floor of your dreams, just like they did for me. It's going to feel like pulling into a new car showroom every night. I get to do that every night, and you can too. A garage floor that's guaranteed to never chip, never crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint would. Comer and Cross, these are pros. Not a fly-by-night organization. They're never pushy. They listen to you and your needs. Over 2,000 five-star reviews. They'll fix all the cracks and pits perfectly. And right now you can schedule them for their end-of-year garage sale. You'll get the best price of the year guaranteed. And on top of that, 50% off installation, and my installation took 1 day. So in 1 day, you can have a new garage floor. Easy call, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule online at COMERcross.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
It is 6:35 on this Thursday evening. Probably still some Steeler traffic going on and people running around, getting out of work and that. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's head back over to the Blaster, Logan, our Blaster.
Michael, getting reports still of an accident on the 100 block of the Mansfield Bridge in Glassport Borough. Several crews on the scene of that accident. Now taking a look at the major roadways for the penultimate time. Lingering delays remain on the Parkway East and Route 28 outbound, but most major backups across the roadways are beginning to recover heading into the evening. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly to mostly cloudy for tonight. There can be a couple of showers, especially late, a low of 67. Clouds and a couple of showers tomorrow give way to some sun, high 79, and partly sunny on Saturday. A nice start to the weekend, high 83. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Welcome back. Michael Bartley with you always on a Thursday evening, 6 to 10. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Speaking of traffic, you call me crazy, but I'm so excited and happy because the Panther Hollow Bridge is reopening tomorrow. If you live in the East End, I can't emphasize how much easier a bridge makes it, honestly. And there's another bridge, near Parkview Avenue and the Boulevard of the Allies that needs, they're working on that too. But the Panther Hollow, with that 360-foot bridge, the Phipps Conservatory is on one end, and then Shenley Park's kind of near the pools on the other end. You know where that is? Phipps Conservatory. When we were growing up, we used to call it the Flower Show. And that was 2 years ago that they shut down the Panther Hollow Bridge, and everybody was really mad because an inspection revealed safety concerns because they didn't want another bridge collapsing like they did over at Forbes Avenue and Braddock Avenue. They just, so the Fern Hollow Bridge. So, I mean, this bridge, to repair the whole deal, that cost $2.6 million. And I'm just, very, very happy it's reopening. I really am. And sometimes we have so many bridges here, we don't even know if we're on a bridge, as you know. We're the city of bridges, as you know. In Pennsylvania, I'm not saying this to scare you, but you need this information. And I hats off to, I know everybody was mad when Panther Hollow was closed. I get it. Now they're going to be happy tomorrow. It makes things so much easier to get around. It really does. But your safety comes first, especially after Fern Hollow. There's no doubt about it. And, Pennsylvania alone, and we have so many bridges here, Pennsylvania alone, 13% of the state's bridges are described as in poor condition. 2,900, almost 3,000 bridges in Pennsylvania are classified in poor condition. And in Pennsylvania, we have 23,300 highway bridges. Yeah. Structurally deficient or in poor condition doesn't necessarily mean, I know this because, I prepared for this, but I did a documentary on Pittsburgh area bridges during my days at WQED. It was a lot of work. I witnessed a couple of bridge inspections and went all around. And a lot of our bridges are in bad shape. However, the conventional thinking is even if a bridge is described as being in poor condition, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be closed. They have to see something that is so structurally deficient that you driving your car over that bridge that you could be in trouble. That it's unsafe. Do you understand? So you have to keep that in mind. In western Pennsylvania, the Pittsburgh area, our region, including Allegheny County, we have 4,190 bridges, roughly. 510 of them are rated in poor condition. And that's according to the Transportation Department. Yeah. Allegheny County alone accounts for 200 of those poor condition structures. So I trust that the engineers, our government engineers, highway engineers, city engineers, county engineers, state engineers, Department of Transportation, that they know what they're doing. A lot of times when you're on a freeway, on the Parkway, on the Turnpike, on, 279 North, 28, Parkway West, 60, 65. When you're driving, you don't even know that you're on a bridge sometimes. But that bridge, you're going over something that's like a valley, whether it's small or a big one, Sometimes I get a little squeamish on some of our bridges, just because your thought process is going. Most days, I don't think of it. I'm sure you don't think of it either. But I'm just saying. I know everybody got bent out of shape when Panther Hollow Bridge closed. It was right after that, the bridge in Oakland that closed as well. And everybody was bent out of shape. We had to go so many different routes to get from a couple of blocks around and around and around and around, like on a merry-go-round to get to the center of it. It was, and that the Panther Hollow Bridge has been being repaired for 2 years, and a couple of other bridges around as well. I trust that they will keep us safe. There was a lot of blame to go around in that Fern Hollow Bridge. A lot. Something went wrong. A lot went wrong. And so all of our complaining and belly aching and crying about the Panther Hollow Bridge being closed, it's back open tomorrow morning. So hats off to the city. And that department, that mobility and infrastructure, I've been hard on them over the years. And so, but I'm going to congratulate them on this Panther Hollow. I'm not going to not, I want to congratulate them for keeping us safe there. And 2 years is not a major hardship, but I'm still mad at them about all those bollards and all that painting and all that stuff on our streets. That I'm all for safety, but none of it means anything. If it means anything, they still haven't told us what it means. None of it. So I'm sure they hate my guts, but I don't really care. But I say hats off to you and your engineers for dealing with the Panther Hollow Bridge, and they take a lot of complaints. They have to listen to people like me when they close a bridge. But it was in the long run. I'm glad it's going to be back open and we'll be safe. All right. It's 6:45. I'm going to check traffic again. Thursdays are people running around because tomorrow's Friday. So from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet, Logan.
Michael, still getting reports of the accident on the 100 block of Mansfield Bridge in Glassport Borough. Several crews on the scene of the accident. Now taking a look at the major roadways for the final time today. The afternoon rush is fully broken up across the metro with residual slowdowns only that remain on the Parkway West around Green Tree Hill. But like I said, traffic is steadily improving overall. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive and you could lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julie & Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Odyssey and McGee Women's Research Institute have teamed up for a new women's health podcast. Understudied asks researchers the biggest questions in women's health, and they're finding answers that could change lives around the world. Tune in where you find your podcasts. Sponsored by Genentech. Get your tickets at butlerfarmshow.com for the 78th Butler Farm Show, August 10th through the 15th. With your $10 daily ticket, enjoy live music, fantastic food, exciting rides, truck and tractor pulls, livestock and agricultural competition, and more. For tickets, visit butlerfarmshow.com. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
This is the story of the one.
The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
This is attorney Christine Brown Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at kdkradio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates.
Okay, it is 6:50 from the KDK Radio News Desk. Here's a look ahead at the 7 o'clock news with David Ballarado.
Michael, they can be convincing, but officials are once again reminding you of how to spot a scammer and to dodge their danger. Detail coming up at 7 on News Radio KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Meat giant Tyson Foods plans to close more U.S. beef plants, one in Illinois, another in Utah, and may sell off one it has in Washington state, blaming a prolonged cattle shortage for a surge in costs and a drop in production. Wholesale inflation rose 4.7% in July, but that was better than feared. And just like the dip we saw yesterday with consumer prices, it was mostly because of lower energy costs. That's reinforcing bets that the Fed will not have to raise interest rates when it meets next month to drive inflation lower. It's happening already. So at the close, the Dow today was 70 points higher, the Nasdaq up 215, the S&P up 50 to a new record closing high. The Trump administration says some countries like China are routing their exports through third nations where they're assembled or packaged up in order to avoid paying U.S. tariffs. And officials say that's costing the federal government up to $26 billion a year in lost tariff revenues. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, welcome back. Michael with you until 10 o'clock tonight. And I'm here tomorrow for Colin's doing the morning show tomorrow. I'll be doing his shift 2 to 6 tomorrow. Coming up after David has news at 7 o'clock, I want to get into this story that a lot of people are talking about, and that is the USS Abraham Lincoln. It was shocking how sailors are being treated on that ship. It was shocking. It's getting a little better, but I want to get into that. At least one sailor tried to jump off the ship. USS Abraham Lincoln in the Middle East. So we'll get into that after 7 o'clock. I wanted to mention this thing today. I was watching, I don't know, one of the shows or something, and I'd never heard of Popcorn Brain. Which is kind of a crazy name. And I have it. I don't know about you, but I have it. So if you look at your phone, I've admitted to you that I'm addicted to my cell phone. I think a lot of people who are addicted to their cell phone are in denial and won't admit it. I admit it. And this popcorn brain business is, and I never heard of it today, but it came out of the shadows today, and for sure. And I was watching one of the networks. For sure, it's just so familiar. When you constantly shift gears between fast-paced videos and alerts on your phone. And this is weird because I don't know, like I would scroll, and this is just happening in the past few months. You know those reels, and is it because I'm on TikTok too, and I'm also on X. I don't know, but I only go on Facebook. But I think, don't they kind of merge what you're on? I don't know, but I've never seen these reels before, and they're overwhelming. I don't know. It could be a leopard in the woods, hunting something, or some crazy romantic AI movie, or it's just something, or some kids playing a prank on somebody, or an earthquake, a storm, a flood. I don't know. And you see this image, and you stop and you play it, and next thing you know, an hour has gone by. And that's addiction. That's addiction. And it's causing people to have short attention spans. I've always said I have ADD because someone's talking to me, I start drifting a little bit. I don't do it on the air. It's weird. I don't know, but we had a staff meeting yesterday with all the hosts and producers, and Logan, you were there, and Logan, I have to admit, I don't know why, but at a certain point, I wouldn't tell my boss this, but he was presenting, and I started daydreaming, and that's like having ADD kind of thing. Anyway, it's in this popcorn brain caused by your phone and being overwhelmed by your phone, jumping between apps and tabs and screens without a clear goal. You just keep doing it, and I do it. And it's causing people, and they call it popcorn brain because it sort of pops. It's like it gives your brain this pop, a quick burst of reward chemical of dopamine when you see something, on Facebook or social media, whatever it is, So and I'm gonna do this. They also talked about how to reset your focus. Mute non-essential alerts. Commit to doing just one thing for 10 or 15 minutes. Spend a few minutes each day in total digital quiet. This is going to be difficult, but no screens, no music, no background noise. It's to help your brain adjust to a calmer rhythm and sort of alleviate this popcorn brain. I love the name of this thing, popcorn brain, and I'm admitting that I have it. But you gotta at certain times get away from that phone. You just gotta do it. There's no doubt. It has to be done. You can't be on it all day. And I admit, when I get up, I look at my phone, any messages. When I get off the air, I look at my phone, any messages. I look at it while I'm doing this show. Day in and day out. I look at it before I go to bed. The only time I don't look at it is when I'm watching Andy Griffith or Hawaii 5-0 or the news or something. But I'm watching a screen doing that, So we got to give our brain a little break. That's for sure. All right, coming up, I want to talk about the USS Abraham Lincoln. It's a very disturbing story. But I'll be right back after Dave has news. Michael Bartley, 866-391-1020.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Join the Fan of the American Cancer Society for Coaches vs. Cancer Tip-Off Pittsburgh. That's Wednesday, September 9th at PPG Winter Garden. This year, we're honoring former Duquesne basketball coach Keith Dambrot and his wife Donna for their incredible leadership on and off the court. Co-hosted by the men's and women's coaches from Duquesne, Robert Morris, and Pitt, it's an evening dedicated to coming together and making a real difference against cancer. Get your tickets today. Visit 937thefan.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 80 degrees at 7 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. TrustPJ.com. A Keith Shenley Park Bridge will be back in business tomorrow. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has more.
Today, Mayor Corey O'Connor and city officials cut the ribbon on the Panther Hollow Bridge, marking the completion of a major restoration project.
So on behalf of everybody, I'm excited to announce that tomorrow at 7 a.m., the bridge is going to open. So we are very excited. Again, thank you to the teams that made this happen. Thank you to the residents for bearing with us through this process.
O'Connor says getting the project done was important not only for drivers, but for preserving the Panther Hollow Bridge for years to come.
This is a gateway into the East End, into Greenfield, into Squirrel Hill. You know, this is something that is a major road artery that we need, especially when the Charles Anderson Bridge is being worked on over the next couple of years as well.
The Panther Hollow Bridge has been closed since October 2024. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
Even though officials ranging from the sheriff's office to the state attorney general have been warning people about scammers claiming to be from law enforcement, the incidents continue to rack up. A recent one, a local man who was scammed out of more than $32,000 by a group of scammers who said they were with the Allegheny County Sheriff's Office and demanded cryptocurrency payment for missing a court date. Sheriff Kevin Krause tells KDKA's Marty Griffin they will never demand payment over the phone.
You hear things such as Bitcoin, gift cards, wire money. We don't do business that way.
A man charged with killing a health insurance executive is expected to plead guilty, as we hear from AP correspondent Mike Hempen.
A source tells the Associated Press that Luigi Mangione is expected to plead guilty as early as Friday in the federal case accusing him of stalking in killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. The person speaking anonymously also says it's possible Mangione could change his mind. He's expected to attend a hearing Friday in the case. Mangione is accused of shooting Thompson outside a New York City hotel in December 2024. His lawyers and spokespeople for the Justice Department and Manhattan federal prosecutors have declined to comment. I'm Mike Hempen.
Today's groundbreaking starts construction on Wegmans' new Cranberry Township store, with 450 positions expected to become available. Store manager Tom Jeppe says the people who fill those jobs will help to shape the Wegmans experience.
Customer service level positions, team leader positions, department manager positions, we're going to be sourcing for all of those right here locally.
Jeppe says Wegmans has been named one of Fortune's 100 best companies to work for 29 consecutive years. KDKA Sports, the Packers are in town to help the Steelers start the preseason. That game is just now getting underway. Braxton Ashcraft pitched all 9 as the Pirates beat the Marlins 13-1 today in Florida. KDKA Radio News Time 7:03. It's mostly cloudy and 80 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm David Ballarado. Our next update is at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
When the power goes out, safety is Duquesne Light Company's top priority, and it should be yours too. If you see downed or hanging power lines, stay at least 30 feet away and immediately call DLC's emergency number at 888-393-7100. Call 911 for any emergency medical needs, and keep your refrigerator and freezer doors closed to help preserve food. Report any outages using the free DLC mobile app or at DuquesneLight.com. No internet. Call 888-393-7000.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speakers Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
Now's the time to register for Pittsburgh's Fall Fitness Classic. Join thousands of runners and walkers crossing the Great Race finish line in downtown Pittsburgh on Sunday, September 27th. Run the 10K from Frick Park, or walk or run the 5K from Oakland, and invite friends and family to join you. It's all part of one great weekend celebrating the Richard S. Caligari City of Pittsburgh Great Race, presented by Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield and sponsored by AHN and Dollar Bank. Details at KDKARadio.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy and muggy tonight. There will be a couple of showers, especially late, a low of 67. Still a couple of showers into tomorrow, especially early. Clouds will break for some sunshine. It will be humid on the high tomorrow, 79. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Unapologetic in his talk, it's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Michael Bartley back with you on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK 866-391-1020 866-391-1020. Josh in Pittsburgh, hang on with me, Josh. You'll be the first up. I know you're chomping at the bit to talk about this story that everyone's talking about. It's the lead story today. There's no question about it. On every national newscast, every cable newscast. Maybe not Fox News, I don't know. But it is a very difficult story and shocking, to tell you the truth. Now, when Donald Trump lies, which is often, his doesn't matter to his supporters. And I think Pete Hegseth probably just wants to lie to be like his boss. Well, it's not going to work. And he called this all fake news. Well, that's not going to work either. I mean, Trump does that every day, but, you know, he's not Trump, if you know what I mean. Did you ever hear of the military newspaper Stars and Stripes? It's partly funded by the Defense Department. It's read heavily in the military. Yeah. So the USS Abraham Lincoln has been at sea for 266 days. And they left San Diego in November, back in November, for Pacific deployment. Then it was redirected to the Middle East, where it's been deployed now for 8 months, with including a record-breaking number of days at sea without a port stop. Okay? Yeah. And they're finally, the Defense Department and the Navy are finally taking that ship out of service because of everything that's happened. Now, the Defense Secretary, who I always say is unqualified, and it's like a lot of people in Trump's cabinet who's unqualified, and I'm just one guy, that's my opinion, but you know, I'm sure that the MAGA people love him because he runs around talking about testosterone levels and boosting them and lifting weights and looking macho and, you know, bashing gay people and trans people and, you know, anything inclusive and diverse. So the USS Abraham Lincoln has 500 sailors on board. It's an aircraft carrier. Huge ship. In the past few months, there have been acute food shortages, a water shortage. They can't shower. They haven't been able to do their laundry in more than a month, is what Stars and Stripes reports. And there have been a lot of talks of suicide, so much so that the sailors on board had to stop a young man from killing himself and diving over into the ocean, who he said, according to Stars and Stripes, he couldn't take it anymore. The conditions, the morale aboard this ship. The Pentagon and the Navy brass got pressure from the families of these sailors, because the sailors have been talking to their families, and the Stars and Stripes talk to sailors directly. And I haven't seen a lot of I've seen some of the general coverage of national media, NBC, Fox News, all the rest of it. But Stars and Stripes had unprecedented access, which it would because it's the military newspaper. And the sailors on board were voicing major concerns about mental health on board, and the sailors would be risking self-harm. In one case, a spouse tearfully told officials that she received a message that same day from her husband saying, quote unquote, he hopes he doesn't wake up tomorrow. That's how bad the conditions are. Yeah. Interviews with active duty sailors and their families, according to Stars and Stripes reporter that got in there, along with dozens of social media posts by the sailors, describe sailors as struggling with exhaustion and declining morale, including reports of suicidal thoughts and at least one instance where a crew member was prevented from jumping overboard. Hegseth called that fake news. Fake news. So, and can you imagine not being able to do your laundry or take a shower for weeks on end. And there's a water shortage, so the stench of toilets and everything else. Can you imagine that? And they're sweating. They're in the Middle East. And we're in the same clothes every day, trying to change them out. And they're on a ship for an unprecedented amount of time. Give or take 250 days. 8 months without going to port. Yeah. Family members and sailors told the Defense Department and the Navy the roughly 5,000 service members aboard Lincoln have endured food and water shortages, disrupted mail service, and long work days and little time off. The Lincoln's right in the middle of the conflict with Iran. One of the sailors told Stars and Stripes, nothing to really look forward to at this point. Morale is so low that sailors and Marines are willing to forego any upcoming stops in favor of returning home as soon as possible. Another parent said, quote, "My son is currently on that ship, and listening to him that he and his shipmates constantly think about jumping off the ship just for relief is so hard to listen to." One worried parent told Stars and Stripes. We are all tucked in at night, in our beds at night. Meanwhile, our loved ones are out there fighting with no understanding as to what they're defending. We already had an instance, the loved one told his family, an instance where watchstanders had to stop someone from jumping. The ship's crew was informed about the incident, which occurred a few months ago. During a ship-wide announcement, sailors said. So this has been going on for months. Months. And Pete Hegseth said it is fake news. And that's what the Trump administration, whenever they don't like something, that's fake news, as you know. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. It's fake news. So the Democratic leadership in the Senate wants to talk to Hegseth and everyone else about this. For the most part, I haven't seen Republican senators stepping forward with it. They're just involved with Tony Fauci, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I'm being cynical, of course. But for them, this is just fake news because Hegseth and Trump says it is. Yeah. So a couple weeks ago, they finally did a brief stop in a port in Oman to resupply with fresh fruits and vegetables that one sailor said had not been available for several months. Many sailors were allowed off the ship but were restricted to a secure compound within the port. The Lincoln made a short visit to Guam. That was last December, but many sailors aboard couldn't get off the ship. Couldn't get off the ship. So tonight, there are reports that the military families are being punished for talking to Stars and Stripes and other media. Yeah, because Hegseth and Trump think it's fake news. Yeah. And the buck doesn't stop with them, of course. It's just fake news. No. It doesn't stop with the commander-in-chief. It doesn't stop with the defense secretary. I'm sure they'll find a scapegoat and get rid of whoever that is. Yeah. Things are getting better with that ship, hopefully and gladly. But isn't it interesting that the media had to report it before anything was done. And because of Hegseth and Trump, in my view, the military brass didn't do anything because Hegseth said it was fake news. Yeah. As hundreds of sailors watched and talked down a young man who was going to dive into the ocean to kill himself because of conditions on the ship. And because of the pressure from the media and the families, they now have some fruit, and they now at least have, at least know that they're going to go to port to get off that damn ship. They love being in the Navy. Naval people love being in the Navy. Of course they do. Of course they do. They're patriots. They're heroes. But 250 plus days and months without water, showers, laundry, and everything else. I'm sure Hegseth is in his office wanting to check their testosterone level. Yeah. Despicable. Another example of despicableness, if that's a word. 866-391-1020, Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Get up to 21% off new Ram 1500s with no strings attached. It's happening now at Monroeville Ram. They have Pittsburgh's best Ram selection up to 21% off. Get to Monroeville Dodge Ram and make this the summer event.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
I always knew that I wanted to help people. I was a clinical dialysis technician. The UPMC School of Nursing made it possible to keep working while I pursue my education. When I graduated and I stepped back into the dialysis unit, but as a registered nurse, it's just an amazing feeling because all my hard work paid off. UPMC has helped me become who I am.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss how to store and cook with herbs and spices. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice, the village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. So today, after he called these reports fake news, and the pressure was on with these families and with the United States Senate, Democrats. Yeah, Democrats. Hegseth said, reports of a sailor going overboard from the Lincoln and accounts of sailors struggling with an unusually long deployment have been, quote unquote, completely misrepresented. We make sure every ship, every crew, every captain has everything we can provide them at every single moment. Hegseth told Newsmax. Some deployments are longer than others, and I have more respect and gratitude for those sailors than anybody. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. If he did, he would take the reports seriously and not say they were completely misrepresented. So he's calling the sailors that talk to the Stars and Stripes and to their families and these families liars. Just because he looks bad, he's got to lie about it. Just like his boss, he's got to lie about it. A Navy official today said that the Lincoln has not seen an uptick in mental health issues and has not identified an increase in reported suicidal ideation or suicide attempts aboard the ship. Yeah. We know that extended deployments place a significant strain on our service members and their families, and we are grateful for the resilience and sacrifices they make in support of our nation's security. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. That's a fair statement, and I think we appreciate that. Yeah. But your boss, Hegseth, so he doesn't believe them. He doesn't believe them. So this is why Democrats in the Senate want to get to the bottom of it. And why shouldn't they? Why shouldn't they? Young people, men and women putting their lives on the line, 250 days without port. Yeah. 250 days without port. Can you imagine the stench on that boat? Can you imagine it? Yeah. And their families getting a hold of their representatives to talk about it. Yep. And now the families are saying Hegseth's comments, and the brass is punishing them. Yeah. Yeah. And Stars and Stripes interviewed sailors and their families. And now I'm sure, think about it. It's fake news. Now, the next thing you know, Trump will cut off funding to Stars and Stripes. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet Hegseth tries to cut off funding, the partial funding to Stars and Stripes? You want to bet? They're just so predictable. My heavens, they're so predictable. Yeah. Yep. At least now, because of the outrage, they're continuously conducting assessments to monitor and sustain their psychological readiness. And they say that there's mental health folks aboard to assist all that type stuff. Well, it wasn't doing much good, was it? No. Can they ever tell the truth, ever? Can they ever tell the truth? Now, I'm sure the MAGA, cultists will, say the media like me or, overblowing it, all that type stuff, and the families are lying and the sailors are lying and they need their testosterone levels checked. That's what they'll say. Yeah. But guess what? We're not that stupid. We're not. Nope. All he had to do was say, you know what, I'm glad to hear this. We're going to get help to them right away. And this has been a long deployment. We appreciate your service. We're going to helicopter some stuff in, get you some fresh water, get you so you can do your laundry so that we can help you. That's what we're going to do. But nope. Just like his boss, he has to lie. News coming up. I'll be back.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 79 degrees at 7:30. I'm David Ballarado. No injuries reported, but a Super Hercules plane assigned to Youngstown's 910th Airlift Wing made an emergency landing today at Pittsburgh International Airport. The 4 crew members were in the air when they noticed smoke in the cockpit and mechanical issues. They couldn't land in Youngstown, because they're repaving the runway there, so they landed here shortly after 3 p.m. Fire crews responded, and now the aircraft will be towed to the 911th for repairs. As we first reported during last night's rush hour, an historic Pittsburgh bridge is ready to reopen after nearly 2 years of construction. The Panther Hollow Bridge restoration project is now complete. Deputy Director of Mobility and Infrastructure Zachary Workman says the project was needed to keep this important Shenley Park connection safe.
I just wanted to say that I'm really proud of the entirety of DOMI, and especially the Bridges and Structures Engineering Group. They've worked tirelessly over the last few years with bridge inspectors and PennDOT to ensure any issues on the city's bridges are identified proactively, to find creative solutions for minimizing disruptions to the community.
The bridge reopens tomorrow morning at 7. The wait is getting shorter for Wegmans fans. The company has officially broken ground on its new store in Cranberry. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush was there.
For Wegmans, this is about more than adding another grocery store. Store manager Tom Jeppy says the company is bringing its unique shopping experience to Cranberry Township.
We offer an exceptional level of incredible customer service. It's really second to none. We have industry-leading products that were sourced globally. We have there's a lot that goes into the Wegmans experience. And again, I'd have to invite you in the doors to experience that for yourself. And then once you're in it and you experience it, you're not going anywhere else. I can guarantee you that.
The 115,000 square foot store is being built next to the UPMC Lemieux Sports Complex, with plans to open in fall 2027. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Sports preseason football at Acrisure Stadium tonight between the Steelers and the Packers. Green Bay is up 3-0 in the first quarter. The Pirates are big winners in Florida with their 13-1 victory over the Marlins, and now they head back home to host the Red Sox this weekend. KDK Radio News Time, 7:32. Our next update is at 8. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Odyssey and McGee Women's Research Institute have teamed up for a new women's health podcast. Understudied asks researchers the biggest questions in women's health, and they're finding answers that could change lives around the world. Tune in where you find your podcasts. Sponsored by Genentech. Get your tickets at butlerfarmshow.com for the 78th Butler Farm Show, August 10th through the 15th. With your $10 daily ticket, enjoy live music, fantastic food, exciting rides, truck and tractor pulls, livestock and agricultural competition, and more. For tickets, visit butlerfarmshow.com. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Burgh with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly to mostly cloudy for tonight. There can be a couple of showers, especially late, a low of 67. Clouds and a couple of showers tomorrow give way to some sun, high 79, and partly sunny on Saturday. A nice start to the weekend, high 83. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Retirement. It's almost here. Are you ready? Join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Let Beth help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss the Net Worth Financial Hour every Saturday afternoon at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
The KDKA Radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Okay, welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. Here we go. All right, finally, I'll stop talking, but it's a simple question. Who do you believe? Who do you believe? You believe the sailors and their families? The sailors aboard the Lincoln, or do you believe Hegseth? You know where I stand. You know where I stand. Josh in Pittsburgh, you're on KDK. Josh, what's up?
This is a really hard thing for me to get on board with. I spent plus 20 years in the infantry in the military, which is combat arms, and then I hear all this complaining and crying of these people on ships and doing this or that, and then they're having such a hardship. It's beyond me why the boaters on the ground get their faces shot off and blown up, and they're on the ship just going, oh, well, I got to deliver goods. But yeah, I'm having such problems. I just can't. I can't come to terms with it. I don't care. I don't care what you think your problems are. Your problems are not as much that we had, and then what you think is going on. So yeah, things could be bad or better, but for them, it makes no sense to me, and I can't even fathom how they have the ability to sit there and complain while people on the ground are getting blown up and shot at and blown up, and then they just go, well, we didn't, our food wasn't as good as it should have been, or we should have been here, we should have stopped off, but here we should have done this, we should have done that. It's unbearable. It's deplorable.
Okay, Josh, that's a fair assessment. So you don't believe? Okay, got it. You don't believe them. Got it, Josh. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Will in Westview. Will, you're on KDK.
Hey there. How are you tonight?
Good.
Yes, sir. Watching you on YouTube, by the way.
Oh, God. You see my half glasses. Yeah, you watch. You know when I'm looking to the left here. You busted me when I look to the left. I'm sneaking in some minutes of the Steeler game. There's a TV right to my left. Yeah,
I got you. I gotta wear them too now. Over the past couple of years, my right eye is just bad, up close. Left eye's a little better, but it went quick, by the way. But let me say this. I looked this up. So I don't know how people get deployed. I've not been in the military.
Mm-hmm.
But this conflict's 166 days in. So the 250 or whatever the number was, something like that, I have no idea how they get deployed. And someone that wants to commit self-harm, you have a whole totally different issue that's involved there. And that's not the majority of people. I would hope not.
I hope not. I hope not too.
So, yeah.
But I'll tell you what, to me, and I know the last caller, he didn't use this word, but he's pretty much calling them crybabies. But I think if you're on a ship and you haven't, and you're on the ocean for 8 months with a shortage of food, you can't take a shower, you can't do.
But I need
that guy. My last caller made a decent point in that the infantry, they have K rations as whatever they could get, and they're out there and all that type stuff. And I get his point. I do. My point more so is, I just want to know who you believe. I think Hegseth is a liar. I think he's unqualified, and I think for him to call this fake news is such a slap in the face to the armed forces and to the families. I don't, and to me, reading the Stars and Stripes coverage, I don't think they're crybabies. I don't.
Yeah, so I'm not going to make a comment one way or the other. I'm not there to know. I need it to be investigated.
Me too.
I want more info. People tend to jump the gun on whatever the info is.
That's what the Democrats in the Senate want. That's what I want too.
Yeah, I would just let's get some more information. Let's find out what's up. I don't want anybody. And these people, they're volunteers. Whoever signed up for this, they can get picked. You chose to go. So and the gentleman that had called before, I get it. Like things are like what he said. Like I get what he's saying. Like
Me too. I get what he's saying.
Baby part. I'd cry. I'd just be honest with you. I'd cry to go home. Like I couldn't stay on a ship. Like I don't want to go out.
Oh,
and,
I would too. I'm like I can be a big baby, and I'm not in their category. Believe me, they're
nothing like that. But
they're heroes to me.
I want more information, and people jump on top of stuff one way or the other. Sometimes to swing the pendulum, and I'm just not so sure. So at this point, this stuff has gone on. But look, you're in a war, or you have instigated conflict, which is what the U.S. did with a country with 90 million people. It's bigger than Alaska. If someone wants to do this, tell them to do this. You can go get a map on Google and match up how big Iran is versus the United States. It's wild.
I know.
It's wild how big it is.
Mm-hmm.
And you started, and they have a young population. They're very trying to think of the right word. Forward thinking. I'll leave it like that. And those people have they're not messing around. So you would have to do something probably fairly brutal that no one wants to say, to get them to back off, and no one's going to do it.
I get your point. I really do, Will.
You get what I'm saying there?
I do.
Yep.
I do, because I'm going to tell you something, Will.
You would have to do that here too if we had a conflict.
Of course,
you'd have a lot of angry people.
Of course, and what was it? The Wall Street Journal today? Forget, but there was a lengthy piece about, and Trump keeps vacillating over and over. And today, we control the Strait of Hormuz. Tomorrow, the war's back on. Today, the next day, peace talks are underway. The next day, I'm going to take out their infrastructure. The next day, it's like we have no leadership on this thing, and Trump gets mad at Hegseth, was screaming at him by all the reports from Camp David last weekend because our munitions are low. What? And they. And of course Hegseth is going to lie and pretend none of this is ever happening. In my view,
you tote the company line is what you do.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Whatever.
And Trump has no off ramp here. If he did, we'd know about it. And this is,
sorry.
No, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
So you can see Trump, and I'm not an anti-Trump person or anything like that. Trump's losing steam, like daily. He's losing steam. And this term is not like the first term. He would have been better off to be back-to-back president. He would have got more done than if he would have won the Biden term and not come back like the second time. This term is squashed to a certain degree, and then people look. We're going to get to this fall. People are going to start declaring they're going to run for president.
I just
think going to be people.
That there's a tiredness that has settled in, even with Republicans, the folks I know, and I even know some MAGA people who have backed off. They're tired. They're not getting him anymore. It's just up, and it's like a roller coaster. You can never everything. Like if he says something today, I just take it with a grain of salt, and because I'm just presuming it'll be a different story tomorrow.
Yeah, MAGA, when he's gone, MAGA will be done. That'll be the end of it. Everything else that exists, at least as far as I can tell, progressivism, all those things, they'll still exist. MAGA is done. No one's going to carry the torch anymore. The guy's going to be 84. I mean, if you look at like the average life expectancy of a male in the U.S., it's like 78. I mean, he's outlived it. God bless him, by the way. Just saying, like, that whole thing is like all done. But I want to double check the facts because people always have underlying agendas. And I'm not saying the folks from the families or the guy, whatever. There's always another underlying agenda that it could like surface up.
That's the reason, let the Senate let the Senate investigate this, and let the answers out. You're a very fair guy. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Will, thanks for the call.
Yeah. You take care. You have a nice night.
You
Bye-bye.
too, and I'm waving to you on camera. Thanks so
All
much.
right, I'm watching.
I got you right there, Will. Thank you, Will. Thanks a lot. I appreciate the call.
Yep.
Thank you very much. All right. I'll be right back.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples. That was easy.
Hey, when a storm leaves damage behind, ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh, ready 24 hours a day. Save this number, 412-RECOVER.
The man in the yellow van, call ServiceMaster.
Long live the king. Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, just southeast of Pittsburgh, is back. August 22nd and 23rd is opening weekend. It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers and musicians, comedy, games, fine arts and crafts at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets at pittsburghrenfest.com.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone else can. Friends?
I can tell you drove high.
Parents?
I can tell when you drive high.
Relatives?
I can tell. You drove here high, didn't you?
So what makes you think law enforcement can't?
I can tell.
If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've got a big day,
So you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Monday evenings at 7 for the Cranberry Wealth Retirement Show with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the Voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Welcome back to the phones. Ross and Braddock. Ross, go, 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 go.
Hey, Michael.
Hi.
You hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. No disrespect to you, Michael, or to Josh or Will, but Michael, even those of us who try to at least watch or listen to at least one other source of news other than the source that we get, Michael, sometimes some of us are that stupid. Now, Josh, you are a patriot. You volunteered. You raised your hand. Or even if you're drafted, you are the kind of American patriot who, if it comes out of the office of the Secretary of Defense, or in this case, the Secretary of War, you tend to, that's weight. And if it comes out of the person who occupies the Oval Office, that's double weight. I get it. But Josh, you sound intelligent enough to know that as president in his first term, and you should be aware in his second term, he lies. Now, Will, you can't decide? Come on, you sound intelligent enough to know there are numerous sources that have proven that they use disinformation. They use the low IQ of people who do not time into the news. This is why over the last, say, 20 years, the number of people who fall for the sheriffs and other law enforcement scams, because they don't check into sources that would, on a regular basis, tell them, you see how these two things connect? I heard Paul in the news say, I'm in the bathroom washing my hands. Again? What are they? And then it hit me. They're not watching the news. They're not listening to the news. Or they're mega and they're all in. They want the disinformation to distract us, divide us. Listen to Anthony, our wonderful Anthony, the mayor of Oakland. His heart's in the right place, but he parses Democrats with semantics. Why? Because some people don't chime into sources that you would automatically believe or understand. Okay, or the president was joking, or the president misspoke, or it's fake news, or no, they use all their tools in the toolbox of disinformation, low voter education. I'm not talking about people's background. You're raised. So you're an adult. You understand that sometimes politicians tend to sway you certain ways. But now we have all these different. We have things in our hands that can tell us stuff that's going on in the world. But if you don't chime in, if you have popcorn brain and you allow the zone out. Remember a few years ago when you were fascinated, those of us who just have who cut the cable, who just have and rabbit ears are getting these shows. Now you can get those shows that let you zone out. But if you're zoning out, whether it's rabbit ears or the streaming services, you either tune out the news or don't even chime in.
Ross, good call tonight. Thank you so much. And I get his point. My first caller who, he made a point about the infantry. I get it. But you know what? No, every person's different. As much as we want everyone to conform into one little perfect godlike thing, it's not going to happen. And yes, some in the infantry over the years did complain about things. Yes, they did. Ask your fathers and your grandfathers about it. They sure did. And they did feel vulnerable in the sense of their mental health. Yeah. They have. And so this is the going on in this ship is right now. Not right now, but it's, the point is it didn't have to get this far. If this defense secretary wasn't in denial, pretending everything's perfect. Life is not perfect. The military is not perfect. You can pretend that all you want. It's not. All right, 866-391-1020. I'll be right back.
For all station contest rules, go to kdkaradio.com/rules.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where Maintain X comes in. Maintain X catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on Maintain X have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try Maintain X free at maintainx.com.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 78 degrees at 8 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. Emergency crews rescued a man who fell down an elevator shaft in Troy Hill this afternoon. Pittsburgh public safety officials say police, fire, and EMS crews responded to the 900 block of River Avenue for reports that a man had fallen about 8 to 12 feet inside an abandoned building without light or ventilation. Medics also were lowered into the shaft to rescue the man, while other crews monitored the air quality of the space due to poor ventilation. Public safety says the man was alert but was pinned down for an unknown amount of time before he was finally rescued and taken to a local hospital. He has multiple fractures to his leg. Allegheny County Sheriff has successfully sued to stop a term limits referendum that County Council wanted to place on the November ballot. News Radio KDKA's Paul Rasmussen has the story.
The proposal was for 12-year term limits for the county executive, council members, row officers, district attorney, and sheriff. Common Pleas Judge Jack McVeigh ruled county council failed to provide hearings for public input, and attorney Tom King told KDKA's Marty Griffin.
They also drafted an ordinance that would have applied retroactively to Sheriff Krause, which is obviously illegal.
Krause's lawsuit contended the Pennsylvania Constitution does not set a limit on terms, something that would require an amendment. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio, KDKA.
Sources tell ABC News that accused CEO killer Luigi Mangione plans to plead guilty tomorrow to federal charges during a court conference.
Luigi Mangione has been fighting dueling state and federal charges for the last 20 months.
Now just weeks before the planned start of his state murder trial, sources say Mangione is preparing to plead guilty to federal charges. A potential plea could help defense lawyers argue that Mangione's state murder case should be thrown out because of double jeopardy, an argument advocated by Mangione's defense lawyer earlier this year.
Double jeopardy is meant to protect people, and they're using it as a weapon here.
Mangione faces the possibility of life in prison if he pleads guilty to federal stalking charges. Peter Haralambous, ABC News, New York.
Lawmakers are reacting to a report that sailors on the USS Abraham Lincoln are exhausted after spending nearly 9 months at sea without a port call, no contact with family, and with some of them reportedly attempting to go overboard. The defense secretary calls the long-term deployment amid the war in Iran completely misrepresented. ABC News Chief Global Affairs Correspondent Martha Raddatz has more.
Secretary Pete Hegseth pushing back on reports sailors are struggling.
Completely misrepresented. Listen, we make sure that every ship, every crew, every captain has everything we can provide them at every single moment.
The USS George Washington now on its way, slated to replace the Lincoln, although it's unclear when the swap will take place. But after months of relentless combat operations, it can't come soon enough.
KDKA Sports, the Steelers and Packers in the middle of a preseason game at Acrisure Stadium. Right now, it's the second quarter, and Green Bay maintains a 3-0 lead. As heard on KDK Radio this afternoon, Braxton Ashcraft threw for all 9 innings, and the Pirates' bats were blazing as the Bucks beat the Marlins 13-1 today in Florida. Next, an interleague homestand as the Red Sox come to town. KDK Radio News Time 8:03. The AccuWeather forecast is next. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Friends, this is Rob Pratt, joined again by John Diagardi of Rome Monuments. John, we've talked a lot about how families should take some time to mourn before selecting a monument. So why do so many people still rush into it?
Well, we're hearing that some folks are under the false impression that they have to buy a monument right away, and even that they have to buy it directly from the cemetery if they want to make sure it will be protected.
And that's just not the case, right?
Not at all, Rob. Rome can design and install a memorial in any cemetery, and no matter which cemetery you choose, our total protection warranty will always remain in effect.
So basically, people should never be pressured into choosing a memorial right away and are never required to buy it from the cemetery.
That's right, Rob.
Thanks so much, John. And folks, you can learn more at romemonuments.com or visit one of their 9 area showrooms.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Get ready to enjoy family fun and fitness in downtown Pittsburgh on Saturday, September 26th at the Dollar Bank Junior Great Race. Your family can join the fun run, or you can cheer on your little ones in the Diaper Dash and Tot Trot. There's something for everyone 12 and younger, including mascots, t-shirts, medals, and more. It's all part of one great weekend celebrating the Richard S. Caligiuri City of Pittsburgh Great Race, presented by Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Details at kdkaradio.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy and muggy tonight. There will be a couple of showers, especially late, a low of 67. Still a couple of showers into tomorrow, especially early. Clouds will break for some sunshine. It will be humid on the high tomorrow, 79. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Okie dokie, I'm looking down. I just looked down. I'm kind of sneaking over to watch some of the Steeler plays. But I'm looking down, and a lot of you want to talk about this Navy thing. Good. All right, here we go. Andy and Butler. Andy, you're up.
Hey, how you doing, Michael?
Fine, I'm good, Andy. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Good. I'm doing well. Thank you very much.
Good.
You said you appreciated the report given by the commander of the Lincoln that said something like instances of sailors going overboard are not on the increase. Is that approximately correct?
I don't think that was the commander of the ship. I don't know. I have to look back at this. I think that was the Navy. I think that was the Navy that said that.
Okay, the Navy said that. But you said you appreciated that report. You considered it honest. Yes?
You mean what he said?
Yes, you said, when I was listening to you, you said you considered, you appreciated that report. You considered it honest.
Yes, I do. As now, yeah, because I think they had to respond. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that was an honest response, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you also said that Pete Hegseth said that it was fake news. And during the break, I heard Pete Hegseth's comments on this. He did say that they were overblown, but I didn't hear him say the words fake news at all.
Yeah, he has said it about this.
So
this was before. Today he's not saying it, no. Today's not saying it, but he'd said that before.
Okay, before when? In relation to this subject. Because he may have said fake news about other subjects before, but about this particular subject, I did hear his comments during the break, and I didn't hear the words fake news.
Yeah,
he said. Is that kind of just your inflection?
No. He's quoted as saying fake news relating to this.
Okay, you could probably look that up then and let us all know.
Sure.
Okay. Do you understand that Navy ships are not necessarily perfect, but they are operational?
Yes.
In other words, they have a main job that they have to do. So as long as they can do that job, they're operational. And then above that, there'd be a bunch of other things that would be nice if they all worked perfectly, but don't affect necessarily combat readiness. And the soldiers understood that whenever they signed up. The sailors understood that when they signed up. You'd agree with that, right?
I would agree with that to a degree, in the sense that fixing what was wrong was ignored for months, is what the sailors are saying and their families.
It's quite possible that it was, but it was also quite possible that the mission determined that the priority of the mission was higher. So the ship was still operational. And you'd agree that sometimes there are sailors who maybe aren't cut out to be sailors. They thought it was a life they wanted. They get there, they realize it's not what they want. And there are people who are prone to complain about things that other people wouldn't complain about. You'd agree with that?
I would say, right? I would say in general that's with every profession.
With every profession, agreed.
That's
okay?
right. Yeah.
I'm not saying that any of these sailors are saying an untruth. Okay. I don't know what their status is. I don't know what their feelings are as to whether or not they think they made a mistake in being in the Navy or not. And I'm not judging them on that. I'm not judging the Navy on their statement on the Lincoln that says, instances of sailors going overboard are not increasing, and that the ship is operational. I'm not judging Pete Hegseth saying that they attempt to give every commander on every ship everything that they need. That doesn't mean they always get everything they want, but what they need to complete a mission, which might not be the same as operational readiness versus everything works. But you made a specific statement that Hegseth lied. So what was the exact lie that Hegseth said? The exact lie.
The exact lie. The exact lie was that the account was a lie. He was lying about it because Pete Hegseth.
He didn't say that.
You asked me a question, Andy. Let me answer it.
He said overblown.
You asked me a question, but he said that it was fake. You asked me a question. Let me answer it.
Answer.
Thank you. He said and ignored the fact that he got this information that sailors had to stop somebody from diving into the ocean to kill themselves, and the fact that they've had no water, and that the situation on that ship was deplorable and disastrous. And instead of coming out and saying, you know what, we'll look into it. They've been over there 250 days without port. I know it's rough. It's rough for all of our servicemen and women. That's all he had to say. But instead, he had to pull a Trump and pretend it was a lie. And in fact, him saying that it was fake news, he's a liar.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, you haven't proven he said fake news, and as I pointed out in the latest things that he said, he didn't use the word fake news. Second of all, you're going on the word of the sailors saying they had to do
just
this.
so my listeners know, he did use the word fake news.
I listened to you, and I listened to you, and now listen to me. Okay.
No. This is my show, Andy. You listen to me. He did say fake news.
Also, okay, fine.
Go look it up. That's not on me. That's on you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm saying in his latest thing, he didn't say that. The idea that sailors have to stop somebody from going overboard happens even in times whenever they're not deployed, because sometimes sailors are depressed and they don't seek help the way they should, and they try to take actions that they shouldn't do. The Navy said there wasn't an increase of things in the Lincoln. You said you appreciated that. Okay. You've kind of thrown a general thing out there that you call his lie without being specific about it. And I seem to think that maybe you're not completely honest, because you kept saying in there a couple of times how Hegseth was probably more interested in checking their testosterone. And I think that's a personal affront to you. I think you take that whole aspect of.
Have a good night, Andy. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't take that as a personal affront. I know where you were going. You know what? Don't call me again. I know where you were going. You've always wanted to say that to me, I'm sure. That was hardly the point. That was hardly the point. Good night, Andy. That was not the point I was making about testosterone. That was not it. I said he's more interested in checking testosterone than checking on a ship when sailors and people in our military are trying to reach out for help. And you know, Andy, your macho thing doesn't work. People aren't that stupid. They're not. Believe it. Believe it. I know where you were going with that. I mean, you know what? Andy, you're no better than anybody else in the world. You're not God. You're vulnerable. You can pretend this macho stuff like you and your lying president and your lying defense secretary, and to pretend you're better than other people. You're not. You're not. God made us all different. Go out and get a Fred Rogers book. Go to a church. Talk to a priest. Talk to a rabbi. Talk to a minister. And talk about that. No, we're not going to fit into your little peg. No. As a person, our little pegs aren't going to fit into your little circle or square. It's not going to happen. But I appreciate you trying. But no, we're not that dumb. All right, 866-391-1020. I'll be right back.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound, and voices on the higher, so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus. Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty. Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
When summer heat hits, The right replacement windows will help your home feel more comfortable. At PJ Fitzpatrick, you get American-made, energy-efficient windows that are beautiful, affordable, and built to last. That's PJ Fitzpatrick, backed by 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a lifetime materials and labor guarantee. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Odyssey and McGee Women's Research Institute have teamed up for a new women's health podcast. Understudied asks researchers the biggest questions in women's health, and they're finding answers that could change lives around the world. Tune in where you find your podcasts. Sponsored by Genentech. Get your tickets at butlerfarmshow.com for the 78th Butler Farm Show, August 10th through the 15th. With your $10 daily ticket, enjoy live music, fantastic food, exciting rides, truck and tractor pulls, livestock and agricultural competition, and more. For tickets, visit butlerfarmshow.com. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Pittsburgh's annual Little Italy Days, today through Sunday. Authentic Italian foods, entertainment from over 30 acts, the region's largest heritage festival. Little Italy Days in Bloomfield. Free admission. Learn more at littleitalydays.com.
The KDKA Radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. Michael Farley. I'm here till 10 o'clock. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Cynthia in Florida. You are next, Cynthia.
Hi. Hi, Michael.
Hi.
The one person that called and talked about, well, there were several. Oh, they knew what they signed up for. It reminded me of Henry Kissinger saying the American soldiers were dumb animals to be used as pawns in war. These people did not sign up to follow unlawful orders. They did not sign up to be starved. They did not sign up to be on these ships without internet access to reach out to their parents. They did not sign up for their care packages not be delivered. They are being abused. They're captives on these ships. And the first one was the USS Gerald Ford. I mentioned that to you a long time ago. And I don't know that if that was the ship or not that killed those school children in Iran, but that goes to my unlawful orders. We know this is happening. And this is being done by a man who abandoned his own staff on a plane when he snuck into a cargo catering thing that snuck him to another plane. This is why Carolyn Leonard resigned. Who trusts this man anymore?
You know what someone said the other day about, and I know they probably had to move him into that catering truck, but the media and his staff were still aboard the plane that could have been hit by a missile.
And so was Stephen Miller. So was Marco Rubio. So was Treasury Secretary Bassett. And first off, I don't believe the warning that Israel gave. Oh, the plane's going to be attacked, because they wanted to scare everybody. But Trump abandoned them. So he got all his staff members and journalists. They're riding on a plane with the windows closed and thinking they could be a target. Nobody should trust this man anymore. Nobody. And I heard a mother from the USS Abraham Lincoln. She said her son lost 30 pounds. This is the truth. He doesn't care. His son is not signing up to serve. I read Melania is not letting her son join the military. None of these people, Bassett, their family members, their children are joining in the military. Our troops are being abused in a war of choice. I've said this to you before, and it's the Epstein Operation War of Choice. This is why this is being done. And shame on all of you who are saying the soldiers signed up for this. They didn't sign up to be abused. They didn't sign up to have their consciences scored by things that they're doing to kill civilians. They didn't sign up for this. So,
I can't argue with you on that, and I can't. And, you know, and the one guy mentioned about the infantry, but
no,
the infantry folks have complained. You know,
they didn't sign up for this.
And my last caller trying to make it personal with me because of the testosterone levels. I mean,
let me tell you something. Wait. Let me say.
Get a life. Get a life. Don't even call me anymore.
It's okay. It's okay for them to have these machismo men get gender affirming care for them.
Yeah,
but not for anybody else.
Yeah, and you know because they're so vulnerable, and
they're cowards,
and they think they I guess they think that they're better than other people, and because of their insecurities,
insecure cowards.
There's some sort of insecurity would have them toughen up, this and that, all that type stuff, and I don't understand it. I don't. But I let people have their opinion. But when you say that it's personal to me, Michael Gerard Patrick Bartley, then you know what? Don't call my show, because I know where you were going about testosterone. About the gay thing. Do you think I'm stupid? And that's exactly what he meant.
A while ago, I told you about a study. I think it was at Yale. And the people who most opposed gay people were the most people who were attracted to gay people. When they were showing them porn videos.
I don't know about that. But I'm going to pray. I'm going to pray. I'm going to light a candle on Sunday for my last caller that how that would enter his mind and make it that personal. And that is way below him. I enjoyed when he called me, but to go there is just such such insecurity. But I'm going to light a candle for him so that he can realize that he's not as tough as he thinks he is, and he's not. He's not as good as he thinks he is, and he's not better than anybody. We're all God's children. We're all God's children. You got it? Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
Thank you, Michael.
Yep. Thank you. If you have a problem with who somebody is, why somebody is, you don't have a problem with them. You have a problem with their creator. That's the deal. You're not as cool and tough as you think you are. It's very sad. Breaks my heart, to tell you the truth. Sure does. But I'm going to, I'll leave the door open. I'm going to light a candle here because I can't imagine that people are that shallow. I just can't. But they are. Believe me, they are. Yeah. All right. So, look, I want to take some more calls on this Navy thing. All right. And we'll be good to go on that. I never got to the Wisconsin thing. I wanted to know what you thought. I haven't been with you since Tuesday night. A mainstreamer, an establishmenter like me, won the Democratic primary for mayor over the person who they're now calling this the socialists are now calling this woke one, meaning they've evolved. But once the defund the police and cancel Thanksgiving stuff came out, she was supposed to win by 20 points. She lost by 4,000 votes. Yeah. Which I think we can maybe hang on to the governor's mansion in Wisconsin. Now, I'm not going to wave a wide brush and think that, she's the guy in Michigan is the same kind of guy. No, he didn't have those crazy cancel Thanksgiving garbage. He didn't have that. He didn't have that crazy language, and she had to backtrack. He's much more appealing than that can. But, her speech at the end of the night was pretty good. Felicia Hong. But, yeah. But I think it's a decent lesson for the Democratic Party to openly discuss. I do. All right, I'm going to take a few more calls on this Navy thing. No worries. I'll be back after news.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, I'm Sam.
And I'm Calvin, with Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks.
Hey, Calvin, you know that feeling when summer's finally on its way? Everybody's outside, grills are going.
Yeah, but that's when you notice what winter did to your home. The deck boards are warped, the roof's missing shingles, the siding's faded.
That's where we come in. No pressure, no surprises. Just good, honest work so you can enjoy the season that you earned.
We're ready when you are. Call the Cousins.
Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Call the Cousins.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. 5 games in 2 days. It's the 3rd annual KDKA Kickoff Classic. Live from the Wolf Arena, August 28th and 29th. Teams from Western Pennsylvania and New Jersey's Bergen Catholic make their way to the home of the Wolverines for a 2-day extravaganza of high school football. Get the full schedule at KDKARadio.com. It's powered by Bowser Chevrolet. High school football lives on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packard. Sources tell ABC News that accused CEO killer Luigi Mangione plans to plead guilty to federal charges during a court conference tomorrow. This just weeks before the start of his state murder trial. ABC News legal analyst Ann Abrams says could be part of a defense strategy.
If he was ever going to have an argument about double jeopardy, this is the way to do it. Plead guilty in the federal case, make an argument in New York State where it's very protective against double jeopardy that he shouldn't be tried again.
Alarming reports about dangerous conditions on board the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. It's serving a record-long deployment in the Middle East, more than 250 days without a port stop. Family members have told the Military Times that some sailors have tried to jump overboard. Hawaii is preparing for Tropical Storm Lala that has just officially formed and is heading toward the islands with winds of about 70 miles per hour. This is ABC News.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Long live the king.
Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, just southeast of Pittsburgh, is back. August 22nd and 23rd is opening weekend.
It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure to the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers and musicians, comedy, games, fine arts and crafts at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets at PittsburghRenFest.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly to mostly cloudy for tonight. There can be a couple of showers, especially late, a low of 67. Clouds and a couple of showers tomorrow give way to some sun, high 79. And partly sunny on Saturday. A nice start to the weekend, high 83. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Michael Bartley, I'm here till 10 o'clock. 866-391-1020. Michelle in the South Hills. Michelle, you were on KDKA. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Michael. So nice to hear you on the air again.
Thank you. Thanks. Nice to have you.
Hey, I just want to first off say I'm praying for Andy that he gets rid of the hate in his heart and the ignorance and educate himself about the issues instead of just kissing the MAGA butt.
I just don't want him to make it personal. That's all. I don't.
Yeah.
You know, Andy's a bright guy. I like when he calls. I do, but we all know where he was going. It's personal for you because of the testosterone. But you know, that's you know what? Just good night. That's it.
Right, and he's in the mega cult, and I just hope he can open his eyes, and I will keep him in my prayers. Second of all, the American people have always been skeptical of our government lying from the beginning of the country, but this administration has taken it to the upper echelon of lying, and it's very sad, and that has caused a lot of problems. And then Mr. Hegset's qualifications would be like me trying to apply for the Surgeon General because I've had some biology classes and I was good at the game operation. His qualifications are just horrible.
I agree. I do. I mean, I know he was in the military, but Trump got him off the Fox News morning show, but don't forget, and so were a lot of other appointments. But don't forget, Trump this time, because of the Heritage Foundation, they said, listen, you put your buddies in there so you can have power over them, that kind of thing. And because last time, the chairman of Exxon, the CEO, he was a really good guy, and he was Secretary of State.
Yes, he was.
And he was a very good guy, and I was glad that Trump put him in there. And I'm not saying all of Trump's appointees this time. I like that FAA guy. I kind of like him. There's one other that I like, but those people left. They couldn't take it because he was trying to, control everything. And that's not the deal.
They had a conscience. Those people had a conscience, and they cannot continue to see what was happening and to try and govern under, those issues. I mean, and that's what I think what it comes down to.
Yeah, I think so too. I do, and I don't know, but you made a fair statement. You did, and I'm not naive and dumb enough to think that other administrations haven't lied to the American people. They have, and
or
maybe
Vietnam people,
and probably all of them have.
Yeah,
and,
I agree.
And we're not that naive. But this administration, to me, is like a daily lying, and we're supposed to put up with it. And Hegseth has lied often about, misleading the public about the war, the justifications, the military readiness, casualty circumstances, nonstop.
Here's the other point. Andy was trying to be Tom Cruise and grilling you like you were in the movie. Was it A Few Good Men?
Yeah, I loved that movie. Yeah.
Well,
I was Jack Nicholson. Yeah.
He comes across like that when he's questioning you.
Yeah, he does that a lot too. But you know what? Listen, Michelle, don't ever worry about that. I went to a Jesuit university, and we have to take tons of philosophy and logic. And he tries to boil it down. He tries to boil it down to catch me in some misleading statement, that kind of stuff. When at the end of the day, nobody cares.
Right, and here's the thing: what advantage do those sailors on that ship have? What would be their reasoning besides they're desperate and they've been out at sea for an ungodly amount of time?
Yeah, and
I know how our government works.
Mm-hmm.
Those people are the last on the totem pole. The people in Washington aren't going without food, water, clean stuff. But
that's right.
They don't care.
And that woman who's married to that man who said, I hope I don't wake up tomorrow. How dare? Yeah. How dare
they accuse them of being weak.
Some egomaniacal, judgmental SOB dismiss that out of hand like he's not tough enough. And he's not qualified enough. And he should have known when he got on that ship that he should have 250 days without water and without laundry and without poop overflowing toilets and wearing the same, underwear for 2 months and everybody's smelling and the waves nonstop and never walking on land for 8 months at a time.
That is a long deployment. All my family
anybody in the Navy and the military agree that's a unprecedentedly long deployment.
It is.
There are longer deployments, but they've gone to port.
Definitely. Yeah, I just want people to realize that our military people are the best and to keep them in their prayers because it's unconscionable what this administration is doing to them, and it's just sad.
Yeah, and I'm sure if the media asked Trump tomorrow, he'd say, "Oh yeah, that was fake news," just like Hegseth said it a couple days ago. And
yeah.
And it's overblown, it's overblown, it's overblown. It's not overblown to the people who it involves. And isn't
No.
it? And they are so insecure that this this could make them look bad, that they have to lie about it and pretend it's overblown because they're so insecure about the public thinking that they don't manage the military well, and this war is not being managed well, and that's exactly what we think.
And what would be the purpose for them sailors to lie about the conditions?
Yeah. Hundreds.
There's nothing political about it. They're just saying, this is the conditions.
Hundreds of sailors, hundreds.
Yeah,
who run a ship 24 hours a day, working 16-hour days, and not sleeping because of the stench underneath, and they can't even wash their face, and there's nothing to eat, and they can't drink any water. You know,
I mean, it is.
And then the answer is, oh, they need to toughen up. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they watch fellow sailors talk down a guy before he wants to jump into the ocean to kill himself, because that's how bad it is. And their answer is they're not tough enough. I don't get that.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
I want to see that dude put up with what they have put up with. So maybe at 250 days, it wasn't so bad. But now at 250, it's crossed the line.
Yeah,
so those soldiers have been keeping their mouths shut all this time, but now it's gotten to the point.
Yeah, exactly. I just what I'm saying, and I just notwithstanding what the circumstances, they were reaching out for help, and the answer is toughen up, and the answer is from the defense secretary, that's fake news. Rather than saying, you know what, I'll tell you, this has been a long deployment. This is, hey, put this on me. The buck stops with me and the commander in chief. We made a mistake. We're sorry. Move it on. But instead,
just be honest.
But it's best just be honest. But instead, he has to stand there and lie.
Right.
Yeah.
An honest man's pillow is his peace of mind. So I know this administration, they ain't sleeping too good.
Yeah, but they've gotten away with it because, their hardcore supporters don't mind if they lie. I guess they think that's good. Well, we don't, and we're never going to.
No.
Because I'll tell you what, if John Kerry, who was defense secretary under Biden or Obama or whatever it was, whoever it was, if he said that was fake news, can you imagine what the Republicans would do to him? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine?
Well,
but he never would, because John Kerry would say, because he was a war hero, and he would have, defense secretary, he would have said, you know what, I'm working on it as fast as I can. We're going to get some food and some water to them, and get them to port and get them replaced in and out.
Just own up to it and say.
Just own up to it.
Well, let's look into it. It's just like any other problem.
And you know what,
Be
Michelle?
honest.
I enjoyed this phone call with you because just own up to it. Just own up to it. And part of my last caller was talking about this Trump fatigue is people are sick of them not owning up to it and lying, rather than saying, you know what, we're working on it. Just give me a minute. That's all.
Be honest.
Yep, it's happening. It's happening. We're going to get everything to them as fast as we can. That's all you got to say. But they can't. They can't own up to it. They can't. They just can't. Michelle, great call.
Well,
thanks so much.
All right. Bye, Mike.
Bye-bye. All right. I will be back, and I see several more of you want to talk about this, and I'll get you right there, and then we'll move on to other stuff. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Are you raising the child of a loved one? You're not alone. Like many others, you've stepped up to raise the child of a friend or family member, allowing them to live, grow, and thrive among people they know. While fulfilling, it can also be challenging. But there is support. PA Kin Connector helps kinship caregivers just like you by providing connections to resources, services, training, and support groups. Don't navigate the journey alone.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org. Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss how to store and cook with herbs and spices. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. All right, look who's next here. Look who's next. Brian in Munhall. Brian, hello, my friend.
Hey Michael. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How you doing?
Hey, good. Hey, I'm going to sort of apologize. I wasn't being deceptive. I asked your producer. I want to ask you a favor and or a request.
Sure.
It's not about your current topic, so I'll be real quick.
No worries.
I read some. I have a couple. I made some photocopies of some very reputable publications and articles. One of them's on the issues that COVID-19 caused, and the other one is the problem with some of the problems we've had with our federal law enforcement agencies. Can I send you? I don't have a fax machine. I wouldn't even know how to do this on an email. That might be impossible. Can I mail this to you?
Sure.
Are you? I don't know. I still have an old phone book. Do you have enough time to give me the mailing address there in Greentree?
You know what? Do you go on the website?
You know what? I'm only learning some of that. Is there? I can maybe just look up instead of wasting your time.
Logan can give it to you. I don't have it at my fingertips right now, but Logan can give it to you when you're finished.
Well, you mean like on air now? No.
The producer. He'll
That's
pick
what
up
I
the
meant.
phone when you're done. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You won't be on the air.
I appreciate this. I hope you look. It's up to you. You could attribute. You could say if you would comment them on the air. You'll probably get it next week.
Okay,
I'm
that's all right.
sending it snail mail.
Sure.
But I hope they're really well thought out.
And Brian? What is the topic again?
Well, one was about the economic effects of COVID-19. The other one is problems we've had with and this is both administrations now, at the FBI and ICE and ATF. I think these are very well written. They're very well thought out. I'm just trying to I'm not a very public person, but I'm trying to, in my older age, I'm trying to maybe open up some new thoughts for people. You know, you're the boss of your show. It's up to you if you'd ever want to mention, you know, when you receive it.
Yeah, I would love to get it. Yeah, I love, I get a lot of mail here at the station, and I read all of it. I answer all of it, so yeah, I'll tell you what, let me see if I have, I might have, do I have any cards on me? Hold on. You got a pen there? Wait,
yes, I do.
You know,
I can write quick
enough. I don't have any cards on me, but it's Foster Plaza. But Logan will give it to you when you're finished talking, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's great, Michael. Thank you. You can get some other callers.
All right, great. Is that all you wanted to talk about?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
I didn't have a comment on. I did. Like I said, I apologize. I didn't want to interrupt the current topic.
No problem. Logan, take up Brian's call and give him the address of the station. Okay. Very good. He got you right now. All right, Brian. Thank you. So, yeah. Now I only have a couple minutes left in this segment, so I don't want to screw you guys up. Okay. I don't want to have you have such a short call, okay? Yeah. But, you know, this Navy thing, the issue goes beyond what's happening on the Abraham Lincoln. It goes beyond it. And that is the fact that, in my view, and you know, and it's one column after the other that people are that this war is becoming a whole new level of a quagmire. And the other day, I don't know, forgot what newspaper. I love reading newspapers. I have to read them online now. It's not the same, but I do it anyway. I'm kind of addicted to newspapers. But the fact that Trump is starting to face the same problems Jimmy Carter faces. And Trump is less popular than Jimmy Carter. And it's the fact that there seems to have been no solid strategy to win the war in Iran. Yeah. Yep. And the Strait of Hormuz up and down and around again. Up and down and around again. Yeah. And you know what the problem is? The problem is there's no consistency in the messaging. Trump can't do that. He can't. He has to pretend and lie every day. If there's an issue, and what he said, like when he says something's good, to me it means it's bad. Yeah. If he blames something now on Joe Biden or the Democrats, to me it means he can't figure out what to do. And when he blames a past administration, Biden or Obama, it's his way of saying he doesn't know what to do. And he vacillates and he goes up and down and flip-flops all over the place. All over. And what he says today, it's a different version tomorrow. I've told you for years, his lie today is covered up with his lie tomorrow. And today's lie covered up yesterday's lie. And it's not, it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. And the strategy for Middle Eastern nations, our allies, we don't have many anymore because of Trump, and the heads of the military, I think it was the Washington Post maybe that did the story. Trump's daily non-truths and daily head fakes are making this worse. Are making it worse. Oh, yeah, the Strait of Hormuz is opening up tomorrow. Oh, yeah, I'm going to bomb Iran tomorrow and take out their infrastructure. Oh, we're doing great in Iran. We're doing great in Iran. Everyone's behind us. Yeah. Yeah. They don't even have a navy anymore. We've knocked them to hell and back. They want a deal. The same messaging has been going on now since February. And you want to know why people can't disapprove of this guy? What, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? 866-391-1020, Michael Bartley, KDK.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-969-7766. That's 800-969-7766. 800-969-7766.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Hi, folks. I'm with our good friend John Diagardi from Rome Monument. John, you were telling me earlier that people really should not rush into choosing a memorial for their loved one. Now, why is that?
We found that families need to take ample time to grieve first. Grief is not something that we get over, but rather something that we learn to live with. So the length of time to grieve varies from person to person.
You mentioned that the monument can't be placed right away.
That's right. There are certain things that need to take place before a monument can be installed. So it's really worth taking time to think about how to plan and design a memorial that truly reflects a person's life. It's actually a healing activity that helps to alleviate grief.
John, this makes a lot of sense.
It does. And when the time is right to proceed, not only can Rome Monument help families choose and design their memorial, we can help them save as much as 50% by eliminating the middleman.
Thanks, John. Folks, you can learn more by simply visiting RomeMonuments.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. A federal judge ordered President Trump's name be taken off the Kennedy Center. But now the center's board, comprised of majority of members who were handpicked by President Trump, have voted on a new way to get the president's name front and center.
Ohio Democratic Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, who as a function of her service in the House has a seat on the Kennedy Center's board, says that her fellow trustees voted today to close the center for renovations and to add President Trump's name back onto the front of the building. Beatty says the facade would read, "The John F. Kennedy Memorial Center for the Performing Arts, restored and renovated by President Donald J. Trump."
That's ABC's Stephen Portnoy. Senator Richard Blumenthal, the top Democrat on the Senate Armed Services Committee, demanding answers after a report that sailors on the USS Abraham Lincoln are exhausted after spending nearly 9 months at sea without a port of call, no contact with family, and with some reportedly attempting to go overboard.
Secretary Pete Hegseth
pushing back on reports sailors are struggling.
Completely misrepresented. Listen, we make sure that every ship, every crew, every captain has everything we can provide them at every single moment.
The USS George Washington now on its way, slated to replace the Lincoln, although it's unclear when the swap will take place. But after months of relentless combat operations, it can't come soon enough.
ABC's Martha Raddatz. Sources tell us that accused CEO killer Luigi Mangione plans to plead guilty to federal charges during a court conference tomorrow. This just weeks before the start of his state murder trial. ABC legal analyst Dan Abrams.
If he was ever going to have an argument about double jeopardy, this is the way to do it. Plead guilty in the federal case, make an argument in New York State where it's very protective against double jeopardy, that he shouldn't be tried again.
You're listening to ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
An earthquake shook the San Francisco Bay this morning. ABC's Alex Stone is in California.
Even though it was classified as a minor earthquake, BART trains were stopped as a precaution, but there was no damage and there were no injuries. The shaking was pretty much right under the Oakland Zoo, right on the border with Oakland and San Leandro. The USGS originally said it was a 4.1 magnitude, but it got downgraded several times to a 3.8. There were 2 smaller aftershocks. The shaking was minor, but people felt the main quake all over the Bay Area.
The death toll from Monday's earthquake in Colombia now topping 270. Officials say 170 buildings collapsed. A federal judge today going through documents pertaining to the Epstein files one by one, asking the Justice Department about its redactions. The same judge ruled in June that DOJ redactions violated the Epstein files Transparency Act. ABC's Peter Halambos has more.
The first one are a batch of notes and emails where the names have been redacted. He didn't think there was enough documentation about why those names had to be redacted to prove they were actually victims as opposed to associates of Epstein. The second batch of documents relate to the FBI's interview of this woman who made unsubstantiated allegations against President Trump. The DOJ released the FBI reports about those interviews, but not the underlying notes. And now the judge wants to know why, under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, the DOJ believes they can withhold the handwritten notes.
I'm Dave Packer, ABC News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly cloudy and muggy tonight. There will be a couple of showers, especially late, a low of 67. Still a couple of showers into tomorrow, especially early. Clouds will break for some sunshine. It will be humid on the high tomorrow, 79. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
O'Reilly Auto Parts gets you back to savings. Pick up select Royal Purple fuel system additives. Buy one, get one free. Plus receive 4 times O Rewards points.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Roofing Company.
Okay, welcome back. Last hour, it's the last hour. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK. If you're on hold, stay right there. You're in. All right, you are in. Going in order. Bill and Irwin. Hi, Bill.
Mike, how you doing?
Fine. How you doing? You on the porch or you watching the Steelers? What are you doing?
Nah, man, I'm not going to watch the Steelers. It's not important to me.
Are you on the porch? You on the porch?
No, actually, at the bottom of my driveway, man. I got a little fire going.
That's nice.
Oh, yeah, I guess. I'm by myself. My old lady, my wife's in the house, you know. She thinks I'm nuts, but whatever.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we're done. Michael, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, this is, yeah. All right. I think that we would be a hell of a long further with this war being over if it wasn't for you folks. Because, Michael, your people who have joined now, I guess the socialists of the world or the communists of the world, whatever you do up to, I don't know. No, you haven't? You haven't, huh?
Me? Me?
Not you yourself, Mike, but your party seems to be leaning that way.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think after Tuesday night. I don't think.
Yeah, well, okay.
But let me tell you this way. Let me tell you it this way. I hope not. Go ahead.
Well, so do I, but because first of all, I don't trust you. Here's the thing. This is what really bugs me about the Iran war. And if I had a chance, I'd probably have a better chance of asking Trump. Nah, all right. That's not going to work either. Look, we've been lied to. You're all upset because you folks are saying you've been lied to. We're not treating our Navy personnel correct, good. They're dehydrating. I don't believe that. Okay, but one thing I do know is we lived through 4 years from 2020 to 2024 with a complete lying. We were told over and over how this man was competent to lead our country. You know what I mean. I do have to say his name. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, compared to him, do you think Trump tells the truth?
Yeah, to a point. Now, Michael, did you not see a Chinese? I didn't see it myself. I went out to look for it. But do you recall seeing a Chinese hot air balloon float over the country?
Yes, and we shot it down.
That?
I do remember it. We shot it down.
Oh, yeah, they shot it down when it got to South Carolina. Yeah, no, man, come on, Mike. What? Oh, yeah, what a bad guy. And then he apologized to him for shooting it down. They found cocaine in the White House. Hey, no big deal. But Michael, okay, with all that, and being lied to for 4 years, that the man was capable of leading his country. Look, we have been under pressure with this country, Iran, for at least 47 years. At least 47 years, probably a lot more. Jimmy Carter did nothing. We had hostages taken. We had ships attacked. This is what teased me off, though. Why did this become our war? Why and how did this become our war? Where is Israel right now?
Good questions, Bill. Good questions.
That's what I want to know.
I want to know that too.
Where are they?
But your buddy Trump won't answer it. Bill, good call. I want to answer that too. Before I go, and then we go Ted, Craig, and Bishop. That's the order. But, I didn't forget this, but I got so sidetracked by that topic. How about, and it was the tops of the news, ABC News, that we had out in New York there, that the Trump's Kennedy Center board voted again to close the place for the renovations and add Trump's name to the building again, even after the court order. So now it'll go into litigation again, I suspect. I don't know. And, yeah. Can you believe it? Yeah. The board, it was today, they voted to partially close the iconic center for up to 2 years during renovations and to re-add President Trump's name to the building's facade. And Trump was listening in on the call. He made himself chair of the board. You know that, right? I think you did. Yeah. It was a 2-hour Zoom meeting. The board voted 20-3 to change the name of the building to the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, restored and renovated by President Donald J. Trump. And the physical location to President Donald J. Trump Plaza. Yeah. Trump appointed himself chair last year. And I'm sure, this is what the things he's worried about. And Hegseth worried about, testosterone levels in people. That's what they worry about. And Trump worries about maybe getting a ballroom, and he'll put his name on that in the Kennedy Center because he's so insecure and has such inferiority complex with the Kennedys. It's incredible. And he can't stop it. He's trying to build monuments to himself. Can't stop. Cannot stop. And this effort is to circumvent the court's ruling, and it flies in the face of statutes that Congress passed. And there are 3 Democrats on that board, appointed by Congress, Representative Joyce Beatty, Sheldon Whitehouse from the Senate, and Representative Rick Larson. And that Beatty is the one that says this latest development is a transparent effort to circumvent the court's ruling. We will continue to fight for this treasured national monument. So, a couple months out of the midterms, politically, I was pleased to see this story, politically speaking. Because what were we saying before? People have just had enough. People are tired. They're just tired. And this is what Trump worked on today. While families and this is what the commander-in-chief worked on today, getting his name back on the Kennedy Center. While the commander-in-chief was obviously made aware that United States servicemen and women sailors aboard the Abraham Lincoln went months without potable water, drinking water, toilets, showers, laundry. And that at least one sailor tried to kill himself by diving over the boat. And this is what Trump worked on today. Getting his name back on the Kennedy Center. Yeah, I know. It's okay. Michael Bartley, KDKA. Be right back.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
You know what you want to do in retirement, but do you know how to get there? Tune in to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, Saturday afternoons at 1 to get answers to your retirement planning questions. Plan today so you can do the things you've always dreamt about doing in retirement. Listen Saturday afternoon at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Long live the king.
Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, just southeast of Pittsburgh, is back. August 22nd and 23rd is opening weekend.
It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers and musicians, comedy, games, fine arts and crafts at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets at pittsburghrenfest.com.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. Yes, indeed. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Back to the phones. Here we go. Ted in Mount Washington. Ted, how are you?
What's going on, Michael?
Last time you and I were in a scuffle. We were in a scuffle.
Yeah. I like to apologize for that.
I'm just kidding.
You,
I like scuffling. I like a scuffle.
My blood shouldn't got that hot. I lost my temper.
No, you did not. You were fine.
No, it's not good for the show. It's not good for the show.
No, I know.
Very rarely that happens, but yeah.
I lost my temper tonight with Andy. I probably shouldn't have, but I got all bent out of shape.
Yeah. Well, it's like it's before. You got a great show, and you got a great personality.
Thank you, pal.
Oh, yeah.
I just don't want to make things personal. That's it. You know.
No.
That's off limits.
Never. This is show business, and the show must go on.
That's right. Yeah. Wait a minute. Go ahead. Wait. But you know what you and I were talking about the other night was Wisconsin and stuff like that. What was your take on Tuesday night? I was watching that. I wanted that Milwaukee County executive guy to win, and he won by 4,000 votes, but it was tight.
Well, I will say this, and I got Democratic friends, I warn them. They're blowing a golden opportunity. Literally going to blow it. And I'm telling you, one thing I give AOC a lot of credit. If you saw her, she said woke one was crazy.
Well, okay. Excuse me. Did you watch that Sunday morning? She was on with Jonathan Karl. She said woke one was crazy.
Yep.
Why is it taking her so long to say that, A? And B, I thought that interview, she did a terrible job in that. I expect her to be out front on all these things. Bernie Sanders is a really good interview. He really is.
Yeah.
I know people, he gets under people's skin. I mean, I don't, and I'll tell you who's a phenomenal interview is that mayor of New York. And the guy in Michigan, I've been reading up on him. I think he's appealing. But, but listen, I'm not, they backtrack on a lot of things. I'm not saying that what's her name, Felicia Hong in Wisconsin. Okay, I believe her when she said, that was a long time ago, and I was talking about indigenous people, blah, blah, blah. But those are the kind of things you get beat up on And you got to come out. You got to come out and preempt that stuff. You know.
Well, even the guy Morning Joe, I applaud him. This was surprising of the Democratic Party. When you have people out there that's doing stuff, say crazy stuff, you got called out. You have to call that out. Because I'll ask you 3 questions real quick. Do you think we should have strong borders?
Me, yes, I do. I mean, not the way Trump handled it. Not the way I think the way Obama and Biden handled it. Not the way Trump handled it. But
okay,
go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying. Do you think we should have police?
I think we should have borders. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think we should have police?
Absolutely.
Okay. Last question. Do you think we should have a strong military?
Absolutely.
Okay. Answer this question. How come any Democrats are saying that?
They do say that. They do. Ted, they do.
Not enough. Not enough.
They do say that.
It gives
look
the
at
voters.
Ted. Look at the United States Senate. The Democrats, how they voted to fund the military over the past how many years? Believe me.
Yes.
Believe me.
But they're not. But they're not saying it publicly.
And I'm not going to disagree with you on that. I'm not. And
I'm just saying.
I think no, you don't defund the police, you refund the police, in my view. And I think a lot of Democrats believe that, especially the establishment ones like me, and I'm tired of the labels too. It's going to be interesting to see how the socialists in Wisconsin rally around David Crowley, who is the Milwaukee County executive, who does a good job running that county. I used to live there, and all my reporter buddies tell me he's good. But they were impressed with Hong too, and I watched her, concession speech, and she was really good. But if you say cancel Thanksgiving, I don't care if it's 20 years ago. You got to come out and say, you know what, I said something stupid 20 years ago, and it was stupid, and say it. But they can't. You're right about that. You're right.
That wing of the party is out there. What they want is a giant welfare state. Okay? That's basically what Bernie Sanders has been talking about.
Read the Politico magazine's assessment of that race today. Read it. And it's at the end of the day, it's and it's a Democrat who wrote it. At the end of the day, the Democrats need to learn their lesson. And at the end of the day, they need to call these people out. And, if they said some crazy, stupid thing in their woke one thing, then they need to come out in front and say, you know what, I was young and stupid. I didn't mean that. And then everything's fine.
Well, they need to trust voters. That's what gets me with the Democrat Party. They literally don't trust the voters. Okay? That's the impression I get. First thing you always do, you call it out. You do not associate with those folks, and you trust your voters. You'll win every single time. And my impression of the Democratic Party, they really don't have leadership, and you do have a generational change coming. I love the energy that's coming out there, but they show the ignorance of history, and American people really don't care what's really going on in Israel. I'm just being honest with the policy. They care what's on their table, okay? They care about the gas. They care about making a living, getting a good job, finding a nice house. Those are things that really count. Foreign policy is foreign policy. But when you lead with that, you're going to be in trouble. I mean, look, I love Fetterman, but I'll be honest, what is he doing for Pennsylvania? Okay? In McCormick. And I'll tell you one thing. What's going on with the Navy and our military is unconscionable. For one, where's Congress? Okay? McCormick and Fetterman, their phones should be ringing out the hook. They want to be pro-military and everything else. How come they're not on their ships finding out what's going on with those sailors? McCain always did it.
Yes, he did.
And when Lindsey Graham was alive,
and this
he did
guy
it.
Blumenthal is, and it's Democrats who are doing it.
Well, yeah, thank God. Okay, and guess what? Congress they can shorten this war real quick by cutting the funding. And I told you, Trump is turning into LBJ. Isn't that warning?
That's interesting.
He don't know whether to get out
That's
or
interesting.
stay in.
That's interesting. I can't believe you just said that because you know that is it the Biography Channel? Last weekend was it? I think I watched Reagan and then I watched LBJ, and I'll tell you, Vietnam tore him up, man. I think it killed him. It was what it did.
Well, yeah. Well, he had all Kennedy men. He didn't get his own people. Okay, that was a big mistake. And I'll tell you this: what if you know what Biden has in common with Clinton, with George W. Bush, and Donald Trump? You know what they all have in common? And they're old men now. They all dodged Vietnam. All draft dodgers, man. Isn't that amazing? And it became president of the United States.
Well, you could throw Trump in there too.
Oh yeah.
And Obama. Well, not Obama. He was too young. Obama was too young.
That wasn't.
Obama's my age. He's too young. Yeah.
But if you look at their record, all of them avoided Vietnam. Okay, so I just, being a veteran, I had to laugh because these guys are the ones who are going to send your sons overseas to fight. But when they were young men, guess what?
Are you a Vietnam veteran?
No, I ain't a Vietnam veteran. No.
But you're a veteran. Are you a veteran?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
What part?
Army, 101st Airborne.
Oh, were you really? Wow, no kidding. Wow.
Yeah.
What was your tour of duty? What years?
Oh, 80, 89. Yeah, I was in the first Gulf War.
Oh, no kidding. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. No wonder you're so worldly. No wonder you're so worldly.
Well, I'll put this. People need to call the Congress, get Congress off their butts. You know, a president will always send people to war. You know, but they always leave the office when these kids come back.
And then it's somebody else's problem. I know.
And then it's somebody else's. Yes.
Yeah, I know.
And this is exactly what's going to happen with Trump. He's going to leave this for somebody else.
Agree. Ted, thanks for the great call tonight. I appreciate it.
All right, my man.
We'll talk tomorrow, 2 to 6 tomorrow. I'm in for calling. Yes. All right, my last two calls coming up. We have ABC News that's going to update us on all this stuff, including the Kennedy Center again today. Michael Bartley, KDK.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. The Kennedy Center board filled with President Trump's handpicked appointees voted today to close the famed cultural institution for 2 years for renovations and again to add Trump's name to the facade. That says a congressional Democrat who's an ex officio member of the board. The facade, she said, would read the John F. Kennedy Memorial Center for the Performing Arts, restored and renovated by President Donald J. Trump. Drought in the west. Lake Mead along Arizona-Nevada border is now at historic low levels. Senior research scientist at Utah State University Center for Colorado River Studies, Jack Schmidt.
The combination of having very little water in the reservoirs at the same time that we're not being bailed out by a wet year means that we're in the crisis today.
Sources tell ABC News that accused CEO killer Luigi Mangione plans to plead guilty to federal charges during a court conference tomorrow. This is ABC News.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Odyssey and McGee Women's Research Institute have teamed up for a new women's health podcast. Understudied asks researchers the biggest questions in women's health, and they're finding answers that could change lives around the world. Tune in where you find your podcasts. Sponsored by Genentech. Get your tickets at butlerfarmshow.com for the 78th Butler Farm Show, August 10th through the 15th. With your $10 daily ticket, enjoy live music, fantastic food, exciting rides, truck and tractor pulls, livestock and agricultural competition, and more. For tickets, visit butlerfarmshow.com. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Sprained wrist, ankle twist, broken thumb, can't make a fist, busted knee, surgery, that patch of ice you didn't see.
Where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50-milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain.
Tendon tear, nose repair, tripping on that broken stair, dislocation, operation, moped crash while on vacation.
Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes.
Joint displacement, knee replacement, fell on marbles in the basement, bladder slip, broken hip, that rock climb where you lost your grip.
To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit jernavix.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly to mostly cloudy for tonight. There can be a couple of showers, especially late, a low of 67. Clouds and a couple of showers tomorrow give way to some sun, high 79, and partly sunny on Saturday. A nice start to the weekend, high 83. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Okie dokie, welcome back. Here we go. My last couple callers in order. Craig in West Virginia. Craig, you're on KDKA. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me, Michael. How you doing tonight?
You're good. Oh, look who's calling me Michael. Last week you called me Bartley.
well, let me do an Andy real quick.
I must be trying to unite our party tonight.
Well, let me tell you this. I think Andy from Butler ran its course. So if you stop taking this call, I'll keep calling you Michael. You take the call, I'm going to call you Butler.
You know, I felt bad about that, but I told him not to call. He tried to make it personal, and I know where he was going. We all did, and that's that's so ridiculous.
Who in the world calls a radio host and says, "I'll listen to you now. It's your turn to listen to me"? Who does that? Seriously, who does that?
And I had to set him straight on that too. You heard me.
Yes, exactly. You know, originally I called about the what's going on in the Navy. I worked on a Navy base for 6 years as I was a government contractor, and you know, I'm going to say the Navy is different than the Army. I heard that first caller, Josh, talking about he was infantry and yada yada yada. And there is a difference. There truly is. But here's the reality of it. When you put a white supremacist in charge of the Department of Defense, this is what you get. It truly, truly is what you get. And it's a shame. But now, after the last caller with Ted, I want to talk about the election on Tuesday. Here's where
can I just stop you for 1 second? And since you said that, I'm glad you made that distinction. And the Navy versus, and the Marines, and who brought up a few good men tonight? Oh, the lady Michelle from the South Hills. She was mad at Andy too. But the line, Kiefer Sutherland and Tom Cruise and the other, they were in the Navy, and I guess in some instances maybe the Marines looked down on the Navy because remember Kiefer Sutherland, and he said. He said, "Oh no, I respect you because when we're on our way to fight, y'all give us a ride." Do you remember that? Remember that line?
Oh,
so
I do remember that.
But at the end of the movie, the Navy had the last laugh because Jack Nicholson, when Jack Nicholson said, "You mess with the wrong Marine, you." Son or something. He said, "Don't call me son. I'm a lieutenant in the United States Navy, and you're under arrest, you son of a bitch." Do you remember that line?
I did.
Okay, so and you're right. There is a distinction in which area of the service you're in, but the answer is never. You need. I don't think these people were reaching out to their families, to their politicians, to their commanding officers, to the Secretary of the Navy, to the Defense Secretary, their Commander in Chief, and the answer is they're lying and toughen up. I don't think so.
Listen, I was in the military. I never was in combat, but I will say this: I was in a triple canopy jungle for 47 days straight with 2 changes of clothes. Sleeping on the ground, eating MREs for 47 days. If you would have taken me to Afghanistan on day 48, I would have snatched bin Laden barehanded and taken out his whole posse. I'm telling you, they're going through unbelievable circumstances over there. I'm telling you, it is. I feel so sorry for those people. It's insane. Just like Cynthia said, they did not sign up for that. They truly, truly didn't. And that's where we're at. But look what we got in charge. That's why we're where we're at.
Yeah, somebody who just wants to put his name on buildings. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have to talk about the last call with Ted. And the only thing I want to agree with him, I disagree with everything he said except we're going to blow this. Now, I'm people say, what are you, a Democrat, a Republican, independent, blah, blah. I'm a realist. Now, let's look at America. America reminds me of a Pittsburgh Pirate fan. It truly does. I truly, truly equate the same. Let's look at how this country started with the Native Americans. Do you think that is right that Native Americans are on reservations and we put them a casino and everything is okay? Now, I'm glad Hong lost. I am. I truly am. I don't think she was a good marketing person for that position. So I'm glad she lost. But I look at every one of her points, and I agree with every one of them. Should Thanksgiving be canceled? Heck no. But that's not what she was trying to say.
Right.
She is just
I agree.
Okay, then. That's how we're going to. We have. I
know what she was saying, but Craig, do you understand my point though? Is that she didn't, and when they asked her about it, she didn't answer. She made it worse. And
that's
you have
why
to
I'm saying she's not.
She made it worse.
She's not a good marketing person.
No, you're right. Yeah, you're right about that.
Okay, and let's look at Black America.
If you make a stupid comment and someone asks you about your stupid comment, you know what your answer is? I made a stupid comment and I'm sorry about it. That's it. Move on. People are fair.
Or just play like the opposing team and just say it's fake news. And by the way, let me regress for a second. I typed in Hegseth calls sailors overboard fake news. He said it on the 11th and the 12th. Today's the 13th. He said it on Tuesday and Wednesday. Mm-hmm. So Mr. from Nobody from Butler, it's on Axios, it's on The Guardian, it's on nationalnews.com, the whole ball of wax.
Yeah, it was all over. Yeah, go ahead.
But let's talk about November 3rd. Listen, we have an opportunity right now as a Democratic Party and the independents. If we, I don't, just like you said, I don't know a single Democrat. I don't care if you're socialist, whether you are moderate, it doesn't matter. I don't know a single one, and I talk to them daily, that wanted to see the police defunded. One person said that, and Fox News picked it up, and it has just snowballed for years and years and years. Do I think funding should be reallocated? Yes, I do, 1,000%. I think they should be trained on the Constitution. You can't kick a door in. The Fourth Amendment tells you that. What's going on with the ICE agents? And, do we need ICE? Yes, we need ICE. But here's the reality of it. I think what I saw with Renee Good and Alex Preddy is worse than 9/11. 9/11 was people from other countries wanting to get Americans and kill them. What we saw in Minneapolis was Americans shooting Americans. That can't happen. We have mass Gestapo where, that has 47 days of training, that have guns and badges with no name tags. That can't go on in this country. Do we need ICE? Yes, we do. Do we need to fix ICE? Yes, we do. We have to stop thinking that this socialist thing is a bad thing. They have momentum. And there's no reason why you can't have socialists and moderates both agree, because what we have on the other side is worse than no Thanksgiving. It is. So, Ted, listen, Anthony, all of you people, listen, you have to change your way of thought. I just explained to you about what Hong meant about Thanksgiving, and you agreed with me.
No.
So we have to start thinking that way.
I know, but I think look at, and I don't totally disagree with you, but I made a point last week, and you said, okay, I'll give that to you, and that is, I think the establishment moderates, like I am, we if we lose, we unite the party to elect a Democrat. I hope that, because I don't think Hong was electable in a general election, I don't, but I hope that there's not bad blood and that the progressive socialists will do it, because I have seen them. I have seen how they, if there was an endorsed candidate in Allegheny County, I've watched and witnessed and seen how they tried to sabotage Corey O'Connor, and all of that. And the other thing is, look, if Summer Lee wants to stand at a microphone and say she's a prison abolitionist, then she has to come out today and say, you know what, that was a stupid comment. I don't hear them saying that. I want them, and I don't know, this guy in Michigan's impressing me in terms of uniting the party. I want, and the lady in Minnesota is a different animal. It's a horse of a different color, in the sense that, I lived in Wisconsin, and the cities are liberal, and the Madison, we used to call it the People's Republic of Madison. But Minnesota is a whole different animal and is consistently blue, as you know. And they elected a socialist in the primary. I hope she wins. And for the Senate, I really hope she wins. We're going to have to wait and see. And she's running against Michelle Tafoya, who was on Sunday Night Football for years, and seems like a decent person, but I don't know. But we can't. And I don't know much about her candidacy, Tafoya, but I met her once. That's the only reason I'm saying that. But I'm going to tell you something, Craig. We have to unite, no matter where these Senate races are. We can't afford to have Minnesota flipped.
Let me ask you this, Michael. You brought up the prison situation, and there's quite a few socialists talking about, no prisons. But once again, this is a marketing tool. Let me ask you a question.
Summer Lee said it. I saw it on videotape. She said it.
Okay, Michael, let me ask you this then.
Yeah.
Why does America have 1 million more people in prison than any other country? Why?
It doesn't matter.
There's only two answers.
It doesn't matter.
Listen, there's two answers. Either we have the most corrupt people in the world, or it's a business. One of the two. Both of them are wrong. Both of them are wrong.
Craig, I understand the politics of it. I do. And I understand the facts as relating to it. It's a deadly issue. Deadly. Just like Donald Trump pardoning the January 6th people was deadly. And guess what? People haven't forgotten. And they haven't forgotten that he got us into this war. And they haven't forgotten that he called the economic situation and inflation, not fake news, but what was the word he said? A hoax, a Democratic hoax. And they haven't forgotten that while they're struggling to put food on the table.
Listen, there are several things in society that can't be for profit. One is education, and that's why we went from 1st to 27th, because education turned into a profit, a business. The prison system, you can't have the prison system as a business because they're going to pull you over for having an air freshener on your rearview mirror.
Point. You can't say you're a prison abolitionist. It signals to people that people who shoot somebody and victimize you shouldn't be punished. It's a deadly issue. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, once again, Ted talked about the borders. I don't know a single Democrat that doesn't want solid borders.
Of course.
But the bottom line is, listen, then change the plaque on the bottom of the Statue of Liberty that says, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, and just put a plaque up there that says, give me your rich white men who rapes children, and we'll be okay. Every one of these people that came into this country across the border, whether it was from the port of entry or not, with Title VIII, subsection 1158, has the right to apply for asylum. Fix the Statue of Liberty or put a cork in it. One of the two.
Craig, this was an excellent call. Thanks so much. Have a good night.
Have a good night, Michael.
You too. I'll be here tomorrow 2 to 6, by the way. All right. Bishop, you're my last call coming up.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Rob Pratt here. I'm talking with our good friend John Diagardi of Rome Monument about monument plans designed to meet the needs of different faiths. John, how do these pre-need plans work?
Whatever your faith, Catholic, Jewish, Protestant, or Orthodox, we have a customized monument plan for you. It enables you to get the exact monument design you want in accordance with the traditions of your religion and do so at the price you want to pay.
How important is pre-planning a monument in harmony with one's faith?
Rob, it should be as important as planning an insurance policy, a will, or choosing a cemetery. And pre-planning enables you to design, plan, and pay for the monument that best reflects you and your faith. It's also a thoughtful gift to children because it relieves them of the stress and financial responsibility of making these decisions after you passed.
Friends, learn more about these 3-year interest-free plans at one of Rome Monument's 9 showrooms or click romemonuments.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound,
and voices on the higher, so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus.
Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Enjoy the great summer savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, all natural boneless, skinless chicken breasts are $1.79 a pound. In the produce department, red, ripe, seedless watermelons are $3.99 each. In our deli, Gugelsberg Swiss cheese, $5.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Snyder to Berlin potato chips, 7.75 to 8-ounce bags. Buy one, get one free.
It's happening at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Unapologetic in his talk, it's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Wow, those 4 hours went fast. Don't forget I'm here. We'll pick up on conversation, all this type of stuff tomorrow as well. I'll be here 2 to 6 tomorrow for Colin, who's doing the Big K morning show tomorrow morning, 5:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. Bishop and Denora, you're my last caller. Bishop?
All right, Brother Bartley. Now, I'm very disturbed over this Abraham Lincoln stuff. And these families are not lying about their loved ones being in actually harm's way on that ship. And it's really a disgrace. We talk about, and I hope none of your callers call in tomorrow or Saturday with nonsense about, well, they signed up for it and that's just the way it is. Yeah, they signed up for it, but not like this. No food, showers, all this kind of stuff. Those men should be back in the port or somewhere being relieved. And we're over there in a dumb war.
And it's interesting. It's interesting, Bishop, after all this time, that's exactly what's going to happen because Stars and Stripes and the American media, the relatives who are getting messages from sailors saying, "I hope I don't wake up tomorrow. I'm suicidal." Blah blah. They went to the Pentagon and they went to the media, and that's because Hegseth called it fake news and wasn't listening. Thankfully and luckily, that ship's on its way to port.
Well, is it on its way to port?
Yeah. It is. Finally. That's what the reports say tonight.
But it took the media and the pressure of the public. These people are liars. I mean, this is why, and you hate to say it and you hate to do it. But, I'm sure there's a couple of Republicans good candidates, but at this point, you have to vote blue all the way because this is disaster. The economy is just, I don't care what nobody says. The economy is a wreck. The so-called, they flew through so much money with the military, but it's insane.
And that's another thing we didn't even talk about tonight. The Congress wants to know why we have no munitions. We're lacking in munitions.
We have tried to tell some people, even on your station, he is bankrupting the American economy, the budget of the military. He's bankrupted. And, he's such a great president. He knows about economics. But his history in Atlantic City, that he bankrupted that. It's incredible.
It makes me queasy that... And then Trump lied again. Trump ripped their heads off. I believe the media reports. Why don't we have enough munitions? Why is it taking so long? And then the American people, Trump lies and says, "Oh, we have everything we need." That's a lie. But it makes me queasy. God forbid China or somebody would start something tomorrow, and we're low on munitions. What the hell is that?
Yeah, don't give them no ideas. They may try to do it. Let me just say this: the Democratic Party, they need to coexist. And by the way, this so-called socialist stuff. Okay, my other country, Canada, is a socialist country. I mean, they take more out for your health care and all this kind of stuff, and it's all right. But let me just say, those people, this president and other folks calling these people communists. Now, I thought and was taught in school, and I know you were too, that the communists were China, Russia, North Korea. How you calling these people socialists? I mean, communists. Yeah, they may be socialists per se, as far as their ideology, but we as a country, when we start giving out grants or foreign aid, what do y'all call that? That's socialist right there. All right. All I'm saying is the Democratic Party needs to spread their money around to all these candidates. These ones is running for senators and reps and for governors, etc., so they can get the House and the Senate. That's all I'm saying, Brother Bartley. I want you to have a great night.
All I'm saying to you is the next time someone says to you, oh, these socialists, this is terrible, and then you say, all you have to do is say, so you disagree with Social Security. You don't want Social Security. That'll shut them up. Yeah. Indeed.